Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a quick
Loktar,
cutscene here.
go forth to victory.
Greetings, Aramdumia. You are known by the Earthen Ring by name. Your exploits and accomplishments are many. Azeroth already stands in your debt, and yet again she's in need of heroes. I am but a messenger. A familiar presence seeks an audience with you.
Strength, may your blades never dull. Citizen of Azeroth, behold. Our world groans in agony, besieged by an adversary of unspeakable power. As her lands break and crumble, the fractures that divide her people must be mended, for neither side can overcome this threat alone. Join me. Cast aside your prejudices. Together, we must heal Azeroth's wounds, and those of her people.
I don't know, Thrall. I kind of like killing whoever the other side is.
What do you need? Be safe. For the whole...
I love that they spend this entire expansion being like, Horde versus Alliance, and then you get to the end game stuff, it's like, okay, throw all that out the window. We gotta unite. It's the only way. Oh, hang on.
May your blades never dull.
So.
For the Horde.
Oh, thank the spirits you're here. We're not sure how much longer we can maintain the rift in the Maelstrom. Our most powerful members, led by Thrall, are barely preventing the tear. Last I heard, our only hope was to go through the breach and attempt to stabilize it on the other side.
Be safe.
So, this is probably a little bit small, but, you know, MMO scale. Welcome to the Maelstrom. This is the exact spot where Deathwing came out into the world. You can see because there's all sorts of weird planar energy pouring out of it. That leads directly to the elemental plane of Earth. If you check out of the sides here, let's see, I saw Nabundo earlier. I swear Hamul was here too. I guess not. Whatever, you can see Nabundo way over there. There's Muln way up there. Other shamans who are all essentially just channeling energy nonstop into the Maelstrom to try and prevent it from, you know, further destabilizing. Deathwing just kind of came through like a wrecking ball.
Loktar, friend.
His muscles strain as primal energy flows through him. His eyes shift your way, acknowledging your arrival. It is good to see you, Aramdumia.
Loktar, friend.
I knew you'd heed our call. When Deathwing was first defeated by the other dragon aspects, he retreated to Deepholm, the realm of Earth. Deathwing's return to our world left a rift open between Azeroth and Deepholm. If we don't mend the breach, this land will be torn asunder. We're going to do our best to contain the damage on this side of the rift. Agra will take you through so you can help repair the damage on the other side. And this is about when people really started talking about Thrall and throwing around the green Jesus thing and how he was a Mary Sue and a whole bunch of other really, really dumb stuff that was always stupid. He is one of the more premier shamans of the setting, along with several others, and so he also has a lot of weight as a person because he's Thrall. So, of course, he's here trying to unite people into dealing with this situation. G'dur, right? Furthermore, just to really emphasize how messed up the Alliance was back in the Goblin Starter Zone, this is where Thrall was going during the Goblin Starter experience. So, while the Goblins were there, and while SI7 was trying to capture and you know, I don't know what they were going to do with him, but it just capture Thrall, he was on his way to try and stop the Maelstrom from collapsing further and destabilizing the planet. So, good job, SI7. And yes, I know Garrosh has some blame there, too. Hello, Czar. Happy New Year.
I hope you have a strong stomach. Traveling through the breach is not for the weak. We're at the center of the Maelstrom. The rift between Deepholm and Azeroth. Watch as it threatens to tear your world apart. Let us hope Thrall and the others can contain it while you're inside. This is it. Brace yourself.
I'm actually amused Agra makes a point of saying your world. Which makes sense. She's from Draenor.
You made it. Good. This is the Temple of Earth. It's the most important structure in Deepholm. There was once a Titan-made stone inside. It was known as the World's Pillar. The name was literal. It bore the weight of all the elemental and magnetic forces in Deepholm. It was shattered when Deathwing broke through the dome above and created the rift between the two worlds. All of Deepholm is going to collapse into Azeroth if we do not put the World Pillar back together. The first fragment was going to be delivered to us by a Horde gunship known as the Storm's Fury. It never made it here.
That's it right over there.
We've taken control of the temple, and we're containing as much of the damage as we can. Go inside and speak to Marut. He's in charge. We are all counting on you.
I like that subtle little tidbit of just kind of glancing by the gunship. Yeah, by the way, there's 2 airships down here. 1 Horde, 1 Alliance. How the hell are they physically here? Like, in case you think I'm joking, there's the Alliance airship up there. Do you see it? Right in front of me. And again, the Horde one crashed. It's right over there. Sure. Before we do too much more, I want to do a bit of a tour. Let me get on something that's going to be a little bit less distracting looking. So this is Deepholm. Deepholm is probably the second of the 3 zones in Cataclysm that really challenges the visual storytelling positives. Like, there's a lot of biomes here, too. Like this mushroom biome over here. Or if you move north, we have like this whole jade area, which then gives way into like this alabaster thing. Opal, excuse me. As with most of the, all of the in-game catazones, this place was designed with flying in mind. Over there we have this weird glittering geode, which is literally reflecting light out of it. That's the throne room. We'll get there later. Lots of details on the ground. Lots and lots and lots of details. Over here's the ruby section. Also more fungus. Gotta have more fungus. Very important. Over here we have the amethysts. And giant chunks of pewter, I want to say? They actually say what this stuff is. I don't remember right now, though. Oh, this is, Quicksilver over here. Exploring! And then we've got, like, the salt flats, whatever this is, again. It's a relatively small zone, comparatively speaking, but it uses its space very interesting. And yeah, it definitely feels underground. In fact, if you look up, you can see the ceiling, the roof up there. That roof is also cracked right there. That's where Deathwing broke out. And, well, if you remember, well, I don't know, like 20 days ago, we watched a cinematic where Deathwing was being worked on, where they were slamming elementum plates into him. That would be right here. His blood is actually still pooled in the area because it is so caustic and so powerful that it's actually left this permanent stain of what I can only refer to as molten poison. In fact, you can actually see the path he took over here that then led up before he burst out through the roof there. I don't think this place is quite as good as, say, Vashir in terms of visuals, but Deepholm is absolutely gorgeous. And my personal favorite visualization of an elemental plane of Earth ever. I need to double check something. Yeah, this is also, for all intents and purposes, this is the only elemental plane we really get to explore. We dip our toes into the plane of water with one dungeon. We dip our toes into the plane of air with one dungeon and one raid. And we do a decent amount of stuff in the Firelands, but ultimately that's one daily hub, and then, of course, the raid. Deepholm, we go into Deepholm. This is an entire zone. So let's see how we go, shall we?
Greetings.
You've arrived just in time. Our resources are tied up keeping the rift stable. We need someone like you to help us recover the fragments of the World Pillar.
May the Eternal...
The Arkstone is being transported inside a flying horde gunship called the Storm's Fury. The airship crashed south of here, and scrying has revealed it's no longer on it. Search the ship for clues for what might have happened.
Go in peace. Peace for you.
Staking every ounce of our power to keep this realm stable in the absence of the World Pillar. As shamans, we can tap directly into the energies of the elementals that inhabit Deepholm, and use them to heal the damage the rift is causing. Take this totem, place it on the ground outside. Any energized geodes or lodestone elementals destroyed in proximity will fill it with the energy we require.
Luck to you. You come back.
We're on the plane of Earth. Everything is absorbed by the land, eventually. The Storm's Fury will soon be dust, and we won't be able to gain any insight from its remains. Go destroy the elementals that are dismantling the ship. We're only delaying the inevitable, but we need to buy ourselves some time if we're going to track down the pieces of the World Pillar.
So long.
Greetings, friend. Blessings upon your family.
My goblin initiate has been gone for quite some time. His name is Goldmine. I sent him out to observe the local rock flares in the quartzite basin. Perhaps you could find him. Please ask him to come back to the temple.
Do not lose faith.
We have a contingent of reliquary in the chamber northeast here. They've been making noises about something the Twilight's Hammer is up to. Would you be a dear? See what they need.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Sure. Nobody needs fluids. I'm just going to dry myself to death. Desiccation was on my bingo sheet.
Hello.
It's about time someone came to speak on us on matters most urgent.
Goodbye.
We came here to investigate rumors of a Titan artifact at the Master's Gate. One of those Twilight Hammer cultists must have had plans for what they're doing. You're gonna have to get them. Kill the cultists until you find them.
Beware the living.
I'm quite adept at flying my riding carpet, but unfortunately when I tried to investigate what the cultists had uncovered at the Master's Gate, they shot me down. You look like you might be skilled with flying. Would you mind flying up there and see what they've unearthed?
Salama Ashalanore.
Sure. Alright, let's check out the gunship first. That feels like the highest priority here. It's also right outside the door. And the thing both people at the beginning of the zone mentioned. Also, can I just say, it's such a minor thing. I love the nature of how the terrain is shaped. Just look at it for a second. Like, I know there's the cool, like, floating chunks of earth and the pillars that look like they were Titan-made, because they were. And, like, how if periodically the magnetics happen like you just saw right in front of you there. And because kind of adheres the metal to the other metal. And there's all sorts of cool stuff here. But cool stuff gets too much credit. Oh, God, look at this. It's one of the pillars that got knocked over by the crashing gunship. Do you see it? Do you see it? And chunks of it are still, like, just floating here from where they were knocked over. Anyways, cool stuff gets too much credit. Someone sat down and thought about how to visually present just the terrain. And look at this shot right here. Ignore the wind for a second. It's very coarse, right? It almost looks unnatural in how coarse it is, which makes sense. This is a crafted plane. The fact that there's just chunks of it, right? Like someone really, really crudely carved it out with a shovel. Chunk. 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 Like that, right? You can almost see it in the shaping of it. And this is all over the place. Yeah, like a quarry. That's a great term for it. Thank you. And of course, again, this literally was a crafted area, so that makes sense. I mean, that temple in the middle there looks Titan for a reason. But there's a part of this zone I didn't even point out yet, and it's the grass. This is the grass. You can really see it because we're on a goblin and we're sort of short. We're down to the ground. There's just pebbles hovering everywhere. It adds a wonderful layer of depth to the terrain. Look at that. Look at that. And they're all moving a little bit. Swaying in the breeze. You can tell it's grass because they like warp around us like grass does. Like that right there. Do you see that? It's great stuff. Huge props to the visual designers for Deepholm. I'm not being facetious when I say this is my favorite elemental plane of Earth that I've ever seen. Great showcasing. Alright, so let's get some clues, shall we? Let's get some pets, then we'll get some clues. Are you calling me fat, Maverick? I knew it. Okay, you, buddy, you just earned yourself to death. In fairness, I was going to kill you anyways. I guess that doesn't mean much. So the cannoneer's hands are black with gunpowder. Okay. Yeah, I've got the Superman thing going on. If I ever just stand somewhere, the ground will crack under me. The shell's markings read Stormwind Royal Industries. Uh-oh. So right now, all two of you that are here, without knowing anything else, what do you think happened? There's a Horde gunship that was supposed to be carrying a vital, critical piece of the puzzle to help save the world, and it's been destroyed. And the puzzle piece is now missing. What do you think happened? Wait, Blade-Tavell's here. No, I gotta repeat my question now. Blade-Tavell. Work with me here. Work with me. There you go. Perfect. The frickin' Alliance took it, like idiots. Probably thinking it's a weapon. Like, oh my god, the Horde have devised a new weapon. You leave to the final entry, approaching the temple at 300 knots and commencing landing maneuvers, according to a new route. We've made note of a low-pressure system in the north, and redrun our Blood and Thunder, Alliance scum approach. There you go. That's it. QED. Has to be the Alliance. Those jackasses. Okay, I'm giving this away too much, but it wasn't the Alliance. I'm just going to say that. But what I find so funny is that it's so easy to believe it was the Alliance, isn't it? It's so easy to believe that the Alliance really would be that stupid. And in fact, if you're paying attention earlier, and I know you weren't because nobody was here when I started stream for some reason. Thanks, Twitch. The Alliance literally tried to kidnap Thrall. Remember that? During the Goblin Starter Zone. And if you remember, he was on his way to a really important engagement, which was here, sustaining and maintaining the Maelstrom to prevent it from cracking further, and then and then causing more damage to the planet. And the Alliance decided, this is the perfect time to kidnap Thrall. Like, really think about that for 5 seconds. Now, as I mentioned earlier, in the interest of fairness, you could kind of see that, you know, they didn't know that he was there on behalf of a shaman, and they might have been thinking, aha, we'll get the leader of the Horde, and then we'll totally win. Because, you know, it's politics, right? However, there's every problem with that. First of all, if their intel is so good that they can tell where Thrall's ship is, they can probably tell that Thrall is not the leader of the Horde. Second of all, if their intel is that good, they can probably tell that he's not going on a mission for the Horde. That he is on his way for a very dangerous rescue mission. Like the kind of thing that would be, I forget what that's called. It's like when you're dealing with environmental disasters, which disqualifies. There's a term for that. It's a legal term in real life. It basically means, look, we're putting everything else to the side for a moment because a volcano just erupted. You know, it's that. Humanitarian aid. Yeah, I'm here for humanitarian aid. So they should know that. The unfortunate reality is what is most likely true is that they knew all of that and still decided to go after Thrall, because we'll never get another chance like this to end the war. Thinking, like complete morons, that capturing Thrall is going to end the war. I'm sorry, there's only two things that would have happened if you captured Thrall. First, the Maelstrom probably would have erupted, and that would have been bad. And problem number two, the Horde would have been like, oh my god, the Alliance scum have claimed Thrall. To war! And that would have been the end of any possibility of peace. That would have just been game. So, yeah, I fully believe that the Alliance would see this situation and be like, perfect time to attack the Horde. Durr. And yeah, actually, Kiera Whitenose is right. It could be even worse. It could be that Shaw, who it's worth noting is a decent dude who has his head on straight. Like, every time we see Shaw, he is not an idiot. With one very noteworthy exception. It could be possible that Shaw wanted to reach out to Thrall and say, let's stop the war. Back channels, right? That's actually a thing. I mean, in real life, the Soviet Union and the United States had tons of back channel dealings to try and help de-escalate the Cold War and make sure that hot war never actually happened, right? That's a very common thing. So it would be perfectly logical for Shaw to reach out to Thrall and be like, hey, can we try and de-escalate this nonsense? Problem. The way they decided to do that was to send out a ship to kidnap him. And there's no avoiding this. If you remember, when we actually rescue Thrall, he specifically mentions that the cage that they were imprisoning him in was specifically designed for him to chop him off from elemental energy, from the elements. Yeah. Anyways.
What? See you. Roma Hect.
What brings you here? Walk with the earth.
Clues point to an obvious conclusion. Too obvious, perhaps.
Be careful.
Why would the Alliance attack the Horde as they're about to deliver a fragment of the World Pillar to us?
We shall meet.
The Earthen Ring is a neutral organization. We cannot pick sides in the war. Look around you. Our members come from all backgrounds. Our mission would be compromised should racial tensions be put above our goal. Let's try to keep this under wraps until we have more information. We must not jump to conclusions just yet. I'll send you and one of our new members to look for the Alliance gunship. Find out what you can without dragging us into the conflict.
Winds be at your back.
I can do that. So let's see what's going on with the Alliance gunship. It's flying kind of erratically. Do you notice that? I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but trust me when I say it is flying kind of erratically. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa there. Very erratically. Also, every single one of the Alliance people on the ship are dead. So, yeah.
I was born to...
Oi, Armdume. Know that I've company some.
May the ancestors watch over you. I was born to...
Something's wrong here. Ship's crew has been slain, yet there's no bloodshed or damage to the ship's structure. This is not the Horde's doing. We'll need answers we seek by investigating the spirits of the dead. They have not yet left this world. Take this totem, place it near the corpses of the fallen. You have a few seconds to listen to their few thoughts, but beware. There's no telling how they'll react to our prodding.
May the ancestors watch over.
Possible we'll find further clues in the Admiral's cabin. You'll find it directly below us. Let's see what the hell's going on here, then. I heard them praying to their dark gods as everything went black. The Twilight's hammer did this. I mean, yeah. Not the first or second or third time the Twilight's hammer has been part of a false flag operation between the Horde and Alliance. They very much benefit from stoking those flames. But as Takoida so accurately pointed out several days ago, when I first pointed this out in Orgrimmar, I think it was, a false flag operation only works if one side or the other or both wants that war. Either because, for whatever reason, it doesn't actually matter, because they hate the other side enough, or because they want their own excuses for war, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Whatever the reasons are. And yeah, the problem is, nobody sane, safe, sensible, structured, salubrious, nobody should have actually looked at what happened in Ashenvale and said, oh my god, the Horde did this. That's insane. No, the reasons the Night Elves went along with that and decided to declare that the Horde attacked their peace envoy was because the Night Elves wanted to go to war with the Horde. And the reason the Horde went along with it is because the Horde wanted war with the Alliance. That's it. They had their excuse.
What can I do for you?
This ship is filled with rats.
For the Alliance.
Not sure who you're with, but don't look like you're one of them. Do I really? I'm not sure what happened. I slept through supper and woke up to a ship full of dead people and murderers. Not sure if you want to kill me or not, but I'll spare you the trouble. He points to a wound in his stomach. His insides are not where they should be. I can keep steering the ship for a while longer. You don't die from a gut wound immediately. Just bring me some rope and some rum. No. Whiskey.
Be careful.
Okay, we can heal you. We have shamans. Maybe? I agree, by the way. Ice Crown music actually fits this whole sequence pretty well. Yeah, that's why the ship is flying so badly. The only one running the ship is the one guy at the wheel who is in the middle of dying. He's basically just trying to keep the ship from running into the walls. That's all he's doing. This ship is going down, 100%. But he's doing everything he can to keep it afloat for right now. That's just... whew.
I was born to fly.
We were bound to run into the Twilight's hammer sooner or later. If they're behind this, it's quite likely the world fragment is already in their possession.
May the ancestors watch over you.
Looks like they're still below decks. Go take them out, but be careful. I have a feeling they're not here for a spiritual retreat, if you know what I mean.
I was born to fly. May the ancestors
I love these quests, by the way. First quest says, take no prisoners. The second quest says, on second thought, take one prisoner. It's probably not too late. The cultists are probably still here. Go below decks, find out who's in charge and subdue them. We'll obtain answers to our questions, one way or the other. Try not to kill him. We're going to need this one alive. Not the first time that a Ogre Magi is in a position of power in the Twilight's Hammer, by the way. They don't lean into this much. I think they had an idea for that and then just kind of walked away from it. But the general idea is that because they're remnants... Whoa there. Because they're remnants of the original Twilight Hammer, they naturally retain positions of power and prominence within the new Twilight's Hammer. I know! How the hell do they get airships down here? Hell, how are they flying down here? Physics don't work quite the same. I mean, I guess they kind of do, but there's a lot of magnetic energy down here. Like, do you wonder why those pebbles and rocks are floating in the air? It's because they are magnetized. Hey, I brought you the rope and the whiskey.
Greetings. Light bless you.
All right, help me get tied to the wheel. He takes a sip from the bottle.
Go with honor, friend.
Thanks. This will give me a couple more hours of not running into the rocks. No guarantees after that. And yeah, we never 100% find out what happens here. But what most likely happened here is these two gunships are both gone. The Horde one was wiped out by the Twilights, and the Alliance one will eventually crash and then be lost to Deepholm. Now, this isn't BFA yet, so this is actually a big deal. Remember, in this era, each side had, I want to say, 2 gunships. Let me think about that actually for a second. I'm wrong. 3. 3 gunships total. Like, in the entire thing. Because gunships are really big, really expensive. They're essentially real-life, the equivalent of real-life dreadnoughts. Yeah, gunships are supposed to be very rare. We had we had the one in Ice Crown. That is the same one as either these ones or the ones in Dragon Soul, I forget which. Then there's either these ones or the ones in Dragon Soul, so that's the second bundle. And then the third bundle is the ones they actually were building during this war and were finished for construction for Pandaria. So all the way up to Pandaria, 3. Now if you're paying attention, by the time Pandaria happens, that number goes back down to 1. Because, well, the Horde gunship here is already smashed, and this one is about to be smashed. And, spoilers, the 2 in the Dragon Soul are both screwed. So that just leaves the ones that they built across this war, because building ships takes a really long time, and then had those built for Pandaria. But then BFA shows up and they've just got dozens of the damn things everywhere. Ah, BFA. Never stop sucking. I should mention, by the way, what I just said is a little reductive, because it's entirely possible that the Alliance gunship that we use in... No, I'm wrong. No, that is correct. That is correct. So as of Pandaria, pretty much, Blade Troll, as of Pandaria, there's actually 2 Alliance gunships. One of them is the one during Pandaria, the one we head out with Admiral I want to kill every Horde lady. The other one is the one we won't actually see for a while until the events of Legion off the coast of Stormheim. That's the one that survived. That's the one that we had in Dragon Soul, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be getting the specific connecting points mixed up, but the numbers do line up for that. So yeah, as of Legion, the Horde had 0 gunships, and the Alliance had 1. No, that's wrong. We knocked that one over. So yeah, as of the end of Legion, both sides had 0 gunships. Because the Horde lost its last one during Pandaria, the Alliance loses its last one during Legion. Then BFA shows up right after Legion. I'm done. Up. Hello, fellow warlock. What? I'm a Void Lord. Oh, okay. Well, die then. Death to the Void.
Okay, I give up. I'll tell you everything. Ugh. Gotcha. I hope you can fly, Pipsqueak.
Over here, you ugly whale!
Thanks.
Let me go now. Wait, no! Don't let go.
Meet me back up top. This two-headed freak has a few questions to answer.
All of a sudden, voice acting. Not complaining, just it's weird after Oldham and its total lack of voice acting.
I was born to fly.
Well done, Aramdumia. The Twilight's hammer is an evil we must fight everywhere we find.
May the ancestors...
He was a heavy one. He nearly broke me Griffin's back. You're ready to interrogate.
I was born to fly.
Hop on. Let's see what Mr. Ogreface has to say for himself. Oh, don't be shy. Stormbeak's only ever dropped a passenger a couple of times.
May the ancestors watch over you.
Come on, buddy. Let's go have a chat.
All right, sunshine. Time to spill your guts before I spill them for you.
Wait! You can't do this! You people must have a code of honor or something!
I'm a daughter of the Wildhammer clan, and a shaman of the Earthen Ring. My code compels me to honor my ancestors and the elements. Doesn't say a damn thing about dog-ugly ogres.
Stop that, you tiny angry woman! I'll tell you everything! What do you want to know?
You can start by telling us where the world pillar fragment is. My griffin's starting to look a wee bit tired from hauling you around.
It was delivered to the Forge Master at Deathwing's Fall! I swear, that's all I know! Happy now? Pull me up, you vicious little dwarf!
Ah, you were never in any danger, sweetheart. My friends down below would have caught you. You're worth far too much to us alive.
What? What have you done? No! Do you have any idea what the Twilight Council will do to me when they find out I've talked? I would sooner die!
Interesting. I've never heard of the Twilight Council. Until now.
Yep. Not much to add to that.
I was born to fly. May the ancestors watch over you.
We must get word back to the others at the temple. Chances are the fragments are getting moved to a more secure location. Tell Marut what you know. I'm gonna do a little investigating about the Twilight Council in the meantime. Look, it's fine. We only tortured him a little, and he killed himself. It's okay when they kill themselves.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
The Twilight's hammer involvement in the disappearance of the world fragment makes complete sense. Let's hope we can act swiftly enough to recover it. I have a spirit... he puts his hand on your shoulder. I have established a spiritual bond with you. We should be able to communicate while you remain within Deepholm. Go to Deathwing's Fall and investigate the operation there.
Be careful.
When Deathwing escaped to Deepholm, his corruption was extreme, but perhaps not yet absolute. The cultists at Deathwing's Fall harvest and shape the corrupted blood he left behind into living organisms to draw from their power. But if a trace of the Earth Warder's essence remains. After all, Neltharion was the aspect of Earth before he was the aspect of death. Gather samples of the living blood the cultists have created. We'll see if any trace of the Earth Warder remains.
Go on, then.
Yeah, it could be his Mirror Star. I don't know. I should be killing these. And the question is, would the Earth Elementals care? They have an interesting attitude when it comes to things like that. No, I was just remembering the same thing as Mirastura. You may or may not have noticed, I actually opened up with some cooldowns. Kind of automatically. I don't know. Oh yeah, some people were probably wondering how Uldum ended up scoring, and I do have the finishing numbers right here. Uldum was a really weird zone to cover. The net gameplay score was +3, which makes sense. There's a few issues here and there, but there's still enough good stuff, and it is still an endgame cata zone, so yeah, that tracks. Story ended up being a net -4. There's a lot of issues with Uldum. I was honestly hoping for better than that, and there were quite a few story positives. They were just blanketed by the story negatives. So, that tracks. That is a total net negative for Uldum. This must be where the World Pillar fragment was brought. Let's have a closer look. The Twilight Hammer are wielding foul magics. They animate and energize the remains of Deathwing's blood so that instead of drying out and disappearing, it thrives and becomes more abundant. Take out one of the blood shapers. See if they have any clues as to where we can find this Forge Master. Also, gross. Yeah, Hyjal is the zone I am anticipating is going to challenge Vashir. There's no mention of a Forge Master. There is mention of a key, however. They're keeping slaves here. We ought to free them regardless, but perhaps they could also aid us in finding the Forge Master. According to the orders you found, there's a key inside the tent at the southeastern end. Obtain it and free the slaves on the quarry. Okay. Because, yeah, we've got Deepholm. Yep. After this, let me double check my notes, but I'm pretty sure, yep, after this is Twilight Highlands. I don't know how well Twilight Highlands is going to hold up. I really don't. Oh, right. Yeah, that's part of a negative that I've actually already given. It's something WoW has done before, and so we have precedence for giving that negative. Hey, here's a story arc. Okay, you're 2 levels into the expansion. Pause that story arc. Go hit max level. Alright, unpause the story arc, and now you can continue it. They do this a lot, actually. I've even used a specific example of this in the past, which Rax would remember if he was watching. Blade Javal might remember this. It's Jaina's arc in BFA, which, it's worth noting, is a good arc. Right? Like, her story arc in BFA is actually legit. But it's very spread out. Like, you get the first bits of it as literally the first cutscenes you see walking into BFA. And then the last bits of it, like the other section of it, happens at the end of BFA. Like, before the patch stuff, but still. Like, after you've done all the MSQ and all the main zones. And I think part of the war campaign. I'm not sure about that part. Don't quote me there. Southeast. Here. There it is. Yeah, they've followed that formula for a long time. Now, they stopped doing that, and I can tell you that because they didn't do that in War Within. What I'm wondering in my head is, when did they stop doing that? Yeah, I think so, Magister. Again, don't quote me. Dragonflight didn't do that either. Shadowlands didn't do that. BFA did do that. So, as weird as this sounds, the answer might actually be Shadowlands. You're right, though. I don't remember Legion having that problem either. Legion was pretty good about allowing the quest arcs to develop as you were leveling. Like, a lot of people tend to forget that the first shard of Zira was actually in the middle of the leveling arc, not at the end. Let us find this journal. We're getting close to the World Pillar fragment. I can sense it. Go to the tower the slave spoke of. You'll find it at the northeastern end of the camp. Yeah, Legion did a lot of things which, as you say, culminated in Suramar. And then Suramar very clearly led into the Broken Shore. The retaking of the Broken Shore. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Legion Classic. I mean, you know they're gonna do that, right? Either that or gonna do Legion Remix. Now, in the interest of total honesty, I gotta be honest with you guys. If they make a Legion Remix, I'm gonna play the piss out of it. Let's see, there's an entry for an upcoming meeting in the Silver Marsh. Alright, we know exactly where the meeting location is. The Upper Silver Marsh is a mercury swamp. God, that sounds terrifying. It's normally only inhabited by elementals and stone trogs, but our scouts have seen twilight in the area. Yeah, I've noticed Blizzard has been approaching things kind of Nintendo-y lately, keeping things pretty under wraps until it's ready to go. And then, surprise, Warcraft 1. I mean, if you remember, Pandaria Remix came out of absolutely nowhere. Nobody was expecting that. The only thing we heard was they had a PvE thing planned after Plunderstorm. And that's it. That's all they told us. I know. This is the place. Our scouts confirm the presence of high-ranking Twilight officers, as well as potential Trog hunting parties. Be able to look out. The Trogs in Deepholm have proven every bit as hostile as the ones in Azeroth, yet perhaps their presence will be useful to our efforts. The crates they use for trawling through the Mercury will conceal you perfectly. If you submerge beneath... Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to submerge myself in Mercury. I hear it'll let me live forever. So you may not recognize that guy up there, but that is Millhouse Monostorm. He's from BC. Damn, looks like it's not going to trigger. Alright, I'll go get a Trog. Trogs. This is now the second? I'm going to go second time we've seen Millhouse. I'm not 100% sure of that. Because I don't remember if he was in the original Violet Hold. I know he's in the Legion Violet Hold. Oh, I don't remember. I touch buttons. I remember that coming up, but I don't remember how it lined up. The book you found appears to detail some form of research carried out by members of the Twilight Tower. It deals with oozes, but there's pages missing.
Fight your own battle.
My biggest fear with Plunderstorm and the remixes is that they sit on their laurels too much. I understand that they're a fairly large amount of work, don't mistake me. But if they just, for example, if when they bring Plunderstorm back, if it's just Plunderstorm again, no changes. I mean, it's nice that it's there again for people who missed it last time, and I'm not trying to say otherwise, but that's it, you know? At the very least, I would hope they would add stuff to the existing format, you know? What would be funny is if they look at Plunderstorm like, we've made it so that players can't suicide in the storms anymore. And it's like, no! The book you found appears to detail some form of research carried out. Oh, hang on. You scroll through the notes trying to put them together in order. The notes detail with High Cultist Maziel's research on the elemental properties of Quicksilver. His obsession with the subject borders on insane. Well, he is a member of the Twilight's Hammer. The note continues his rambling research into the properties of Quicksilver and mercurial oozes. He appears to have made a major discovery. He mentions hiding his journal in the lower Silver Marsh to the southwest. Well, before we do that... Yeah, new theme, new cosmetics, maybe some gameplay tweaks, maybe some different modes or abilities. I don't know. There's stuff they could do.
Forge Master! I've been informed the enemy has disrupted your operations. Where is the fragment?
Hi, Syndragosa.
The fragment is now in the dragon's custody, ma'am.
Well done. Meet me inside the stone core for further instructions.
Oh, of course, ma'am. At once.
By the way, do I have a group?
If you don't mind me asking, how did we manage to recover the fragment? How did we infiltrate our enemy's forces without their knowledge?
Let's just say we have friends in high places, Forge Master.
By the way, believe it or not, that's a huge foreshadowing bit for a major plot twist that will just completely fall flat when we get there. I'm actually legitimately tempted to give a story positive for foreshadowing, and then when we get there, a story negative for it's like, when the reveal happens. In fact, I'm just going to do that. We have the information we need. Let's not tip our hand by engaging too early. The dragon they're speaking of is Abyssion. Not going to be easy to get the fragment off of him. Meet with Mulra again. Milra? Myra? I have no idea how to pronounce her name. She's operating nearby at the Twilight Overlook. We'll actually see a little bit of that foreshadowing again when we do Twilight Highlands, which, again, will be our next zone. I don't know how fast Deepholm will be. Deepholm's a chonky zone. It doesn't look as big, but it's got a lot of verticality to it, and there's a lot of quests. If you notice, we've already started 3 of the major quest chains. The journal appears to be undamaged by the mercury. The journal chronicles a ritual of ascendancy that would transfigure his body into one of pure quicksilver. Okay. What is Miristar? I'm gonna say this one more time. What? Oh yeah, he was also in the Brawlers Guild. Speaking from lost content. Did they reopen the Brawlers Guild? I'll admit I haven't looked. I haven't been to the Brawlers Guild in a very long time. I got pretty far in it, and then ran into the gear wall. And the moment I realized I could not outskill the opponents, I just needed gear, is the exact moment I lost interest. It's a shame, I liked those fights. Oh, oops. Let's just get Healthstone going for no reason here. Oh my god, the Healthstone didn't get made. It didn't get made. Oh god. Okay, that was a little close. Hi. We've disposed of an enemy before he could grow powerful. By eliminating Mazel, you've also ensured his powers will not be used against the Earthen Ring. Ooh. Why would you want to turn yourself into Quicksilver? Although I guess a Quicksilver Elemental sounds kind of cool. Or Mercury. Sorry, this one's... Oh, that's why I'm an idiot. And yeah, Mercury Elemental, that's even more horrifying. Ooh. Mercury Elemental uses Envelop. It's super effective.
I was born to fly.
So you're gonna have to take on the Bission. Well, this whole operation just got a lot more difficult all of a sudden.
May the ancestors watch over.
Oh, we're only gonna get one shot at capturing the Bission. Let's make it count. We'll test out the trap on the biggest of the stone dragons of the Alabaster Shelf. To lure the stone matriarch, we're gonna have to get bait. Go take this knife, carve 5 sides of basilisk meat. That should be enough for her appetite.
I was born to fly.
Having a dragon guard the fragment was a smart move on the enemy's part. They can keep moving its location anytime we get close to it. Catching the Bission will be extremely difficult, but I have a plan that might help. The Twilight's hammer uses magical traps to bind the stone drakes to the ground where they drain their energy. If we can get our hands on one of those, we can use it just long enough to get the Twilight Dragon.
May the ancestors watch over.
So we've only seen one Twilight Dragon before now. That was the one at the very end of Wrath, Halion. I just wanted to point that out because we're about to see our second Twilight Dragon, I think.
I was born to fly.
You say this Millhouse Monostorm and High Priestess Azil were going inside the Stone Core. Sounds big. We'd best keep up on the trail. We don't want the Twilight's Hammer pulling off something big right under our noses. So hang on. I have Maverick. Kira White Noise said she can be there. But I still need to... Unless you want to try 3-manning it, that would be fun. Might even be a challenge then. Now let me just put out an open invitation. If anyone wants to join for the Stone Core, we're ready to go basically now. What? I just got some basilisk liver. It's got the graphic of a brain, though. Why? What the hell's a beeper, Gum Gum? Oh, you mean a pager. I mean, pagers... Pagers were really, really, really useful if you're in any kind of high-demand emergency or critical job, right? Doctors being the most obvious example, but I knew people who worked in security who had pagers. I don't actually know what the military did with pagers back then, or if they used them at all.
May the ancestors watch over you. I was born to fly.
That should be enough to lure the beast.
May the ancestors watch over you.
Let's see if a snare can grant something larger than a drake.
I was born to fly.
You must see it the trap for the Matriarch. Go to the western shelf, end of the alabaster shelf, and place the trapped basilisk meat in the center of the feeding grounds. Gross, but sure. Hello, giant stone drake. Don't mind me. Also, can I just say, of all of the elemental drakes, the stone drakes look the coolest. Is that just me? I love the look of the stone drakes. I mean, they are literally dragons made of stone and gemstone. They remind me of one of the neutral dragons back in Forgotten Realms, which was the gemstone dragons. Now, you had the chromatics, the metallics, and then the gemstones. And the gemstones were the cool ones.
May the ancestors watch over you.
Well done. Here's the hope of the trap performs as well when we try it on Abyssium.
I was born.
If it's the dragon that's got the fragment, we're going to need to draw his attention. Go to his lair and defeat his underlings. That'll get him to show up. If we're to have a shot against Abyssian, we must make sure he receives no aid from reinforcements. You will find 2 gateways in his lair to the east. Use this stormstone to disrupt their operation. If everything goes as planned, we'll be able to tackle Abyssian without him being able to receive much assistance. God, the WoW commercials used to be so bad. I remember mostly the ones around Wrath, more than anything else. You think that's bad, Gum Gum? The first time I ever became aware of Lord of the Rings was through StarCraft. I am dead serious. There was a UMS back in the day, which was Lord of the Rings based. The Zerg were representing the Orcish hordes and the forces of Sauron. The Protoss were the elves, and the humans were the humans, obviously. And there was like one player who would play the Fellowship. they had the elite units. It was actually a really well-made map for a UMS. Because StarCraft 1, just... You could do absolutely insane things with StarCraft 2. And Warcraft 3. You couldn't in StarCraft 1, but that didn't prevent people from trying. But I was so engaged with the map, and I'd played it several times, I decided to look into what this Lord of the Rings thing was. Then I read the books. A little bit of a letdown, not gonna lie. Excellent. When we make our move against Abyssian, we should be able to do so without reinforcements coming to his aid. That should get his attention. It's time. We've spotted Abyssian making his way to the lair. The Twilight's Hammer might have thought the fragment would be safe and the dragon guarded it. But I've met enough dragons to know their one weakness. Pride. Abyssian's not gonna run from a fight from us puny mortals. Place the banner in the middle of his lair. Once we defeat him, bring the fragment to Marut. No, we lost Bregwin. Oh well. I challenge you, Abyssian. Wherever you are. Hello? Hello? Ah, hello. Oh, yep, that is a Twilight Dragon. I'm gonna deliberately stand in this, see if this actually kills me or not. Oh, okay, that did hurt. That hurt. Oh, okay. I mean, if I'm being honest, I've only seen The Godfather twice. And once was for a rumination.
What you need, stranger. You come back.
There's still great power in this blood. I can sense it even now. Yet there's also much corruption. I'm not sure we can salvage the Earth Warder's essence from this.
Go on, then.
How?
You've returned.
We shall...
Your efforts in repairing the World Pillar are invaluable. Once the Temple of Earth's structure is stable, the rift between the worlds will begin to stabilize.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
1 down, 2 to go. Oh gosh, I'm torn now. So I can really, really buff my Felguard over here on the right. Or I can go dive left. If I get left, I get Doom. Whenever I use a Demon Bolt, whenever I use a procced Demon Bolt, it inflicts the enemy with Doom. Doom does an absolutely insane amount of damage as an AoE after 20 seconds or when it's removed. However, any further proc Doom Bolts decrease that duration by 2 seconds. In other words, you do your first Doom Bolt, and they've got a 20-second dot on, which does no damage until it wears off, at which point it does tons of damage. And then if you hit them with another Doom Bolt, it reduces that by 2 seconds. This makes it so it reduces by 4 seconds each tick. This increases the damage of Doom and makes Doom summon a Wild Imp when it expires. This makes it so that when Doom expires, you have a chance to summon a Doom Guard. I kind of feel like I want to go the left route here. Like, buffing my Felguard is great and useful, but man. Yeah, what level am I? 62? So... 2, 3, 4. I don't think I have enough to get everything here. Let me think about this. So... 3, 5, 6, 7. No, I think I have exactly enough to get these, so I'm going to go for it. I'm going to die for it. See if I can make that happen. Yeah. Let's try it. Okay. Let's do the Master's Arc next, because I remember that one being kind of boring. The one we just did was pretty cool. I liked that one. It's also one of the first times we have very overtly been fighting the Twilight's Hammer. In both Vashir and Uldum, we were fighting minions of the Twilight's Hammer, or allies of the Twilight's Hammer, but now we're just straight up fighting the Twilight. This will be appropriate when we get to the next zone, the Twilight Highlands. Which we're not hitting today, by the way, to be very clear. We might not even beat Deepholm today. Part of the reason I took such a short break was so we could get as much of this done today as we can, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. The Twilight's Hammer has actually been in the game for a really long time, going all the way back to vanilla. I mean, the Twilight's Hammer goes back to Warcraft 2, but what I mean by that is, in WoW, the Twilight's Hammer has been around since vanilla. We had the Twilight Emissary and BRD all the way back at launch. I mean, remember what the Twilight Prophet says as Mirstar? I looked into the dragon's eyes and saw despair. There we go. The Twilight's Hammer have unearthed a Titan Waygate and are attempting to activate it.
Speak quickly.
The examiner takes a look at the plans. This is just gibberish. What does it even say? What language is this?
Dark Lady, watch over you.
A Waygate? They unearthed a Titan Waygate? This is very interesting and potentially very bad.
Remember the sun well.
Did you hear the man going on with his incessant yelling while you're up there? I think that's Hathan Call, their leader. It's a well-known fact that he's gone insane from the power he's drawing from. Unfortunately, it makes him nigh invincible. If you're going to fight him, you have to kill each of the elementals, killing their wards in the process. That should protect you from his magic. Most of it.
Time is of the essence.
We don't have tools to decipher these. The Twilight do, though. Would you take the plans back up there and run them through their one-time decryption engines?
Remember, patience, discipline.
Yeah, exactly, Caroline Noise. No, you're right. Deathwing is definitely being... his leash is being held through most of Cataclysm. Which makes sense when you consider that the one actually behind all this crap is N'Zoth. Like, he is absolutely the long-term schemer type to actually be like, you know what? Don't destroy the world yet. You want to destroy the world, you have to earn it. Remember, that's Deathwing's goal. His actual reward for his servitude is going to be his destruction and dissolution, so he'll finally stop being in pain. Which I just realized reminds me of Cyborg over on DC. Although a little bit more engaging, because Cyborg... Yeah, me too, that's true. You know what? Speaking of, I've been holding off on it, but you know what? Nah, I'm gonna keep holding off on it. You know what? No, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Oh, 100%. The Jedi Synod. I think we decided Synod? No, we had another word. Oh god, what do we call it, Kira White Noise? Anyways, the official political entity of Force users that's connected to the Republic is going to be an official political entity that's connected to the Republic. I know, shocking. Where are we going to use them? The Synod? I can't remember if that's what we landed on. I believe you. The Synod, of course, will probably also continue to function under the Galactic Empire. And by probably, I mean 100% definitely, absolutely. I still haven't decided what I want to do with Palpatine. I know I've asked the writing room that like 5 times now, but I've never landed on anything that really sticks in my mind. Nothing that really catches me. I'm still debating. Ah, so that's it. They're planning on invading Oldham! Oh my god, no! They're gonna go after the Halls of Origination! Twilight Tournament must be stopped. There's only one thing to do. It's literally what the quest said, by the way. Punch in the wrong sequence and destroy it. Let's see. Here's one that opens to the explosive depths of the Firelands. That should do nicely. Okay. No, we have not, Lord Harriman. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do with Palpatine. And that's more or less the problem. It's the blank sheet problem. There's so many ways we can take that character. And I'm just kind of paralyzed with choices. And I know everyone disagrees with me, because I've already been asking this in the writer's room several times. Again, like 5 or 6 times at this point. Well, it's funny you asked that. Before I answer, because I do actually have an answer for you. What do you think it is? As in, what do you think my... Okay, sorry. I'm answering your second question. What color do you align with? What color do you think I align with, is thus what I'm passing on to you.
I am forsaken.
You did it! Excellent work, young lady. You found out what the Twilight Temple were up to and stopped them in their tracks. He pats you on the back with his bony hand. I'm certain I have something around here for you. He rummages around for your reward.
Trust no one.
Yes, my lust! So yeah, this is, of course, this is a vector quest for Oldham. That's actually really funny.
Victory for Sylvanas.
An excellent display of warlock prowess. She eyes you up and down. I believe a reward's in order. Something appropriate for the lovely lady such as yourself.
Hold your head high.
Something called Bond Shatter Shoulders. Thanks. Either way, I like the color system. It's an interesting take on it. The idea of essentially an alignment chart, because that's what it boils down to, is something I admit I find fascinating. I actually built an entire setting around that concept. Although it was a lot more than like 5 or 6 elements. It was like 18 elements, but still. So I like the concept. Always have. And I think MTG lore did some fascinating stuff with it. I really have to use past tense because I'm pretty sure Wizards employs monkeys nowadays. But that's neither here nor there. So. Goblin Shaman.
Don't waste my time.
Hey, lend a hand, would you, Toots?
Move it. Careful out there.
Here, this guy's the son of an earthen leader. He almost made it to the temple when he got ambushed by more rock flares than I can count. We know the earthen stone follows in the middle of the fragment of the world pillar. Maybe if we heal his son, he'll give us the fragment. Yeah, my heals won't work here, but if we get some of that quartzite resin off the monsters, I think I can make an explosive compound that'll cauterize his wounds.
On your way.
Trust a goblin to get inventive enough to heal an earthen, by the way. I like this.
Hit the road.
We need something that goes, make the compound go boom. I'm all out of gunpowder, but I think I know what we can use. The heart of my fire elemental. Here, use my fire totem and flip the switch. And bring back his heart, we'll be in business. The subtext says, Goldmine said it was okay to get his burning heart, so I guess it's okay.
On your way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, Azeroth itself kind of follows that. I even have my own term for it. I call it the fundaments. I'm right here, game. I'm right here, game. There you go. Deepholm. I hate this place. Wait, you're not Initiate Goldmine. I know what you're after. I can sense it. This is not in my contract. Die, goblin. Oh, tell Goldmine he's a dead goblin. Our contract is over.
Makes sense. Move it.
You got the hat, right?
Careful out
Uh-oh.
there.
Sounds like he wasn't too happy about the situation. How's Item know? I'm just an initiate. I'll worry about him later.
Hit the road.
Actually, yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Both gnomes and goblins are slightly different flavors of your mad scientist archetype. You could argue that they're very similar to each other, and it's hard to argue against. But again, the nuance of both is a little bit different. The aesthetics of both is very different, too. Like, Goblin looks very olky, for lack of a better way to put it. Completely bolted together, rickety, shaking, about to fall apart at a minute's notice. Goblin looks like, you know, science! Straight out of the 60s. I hope so, Blue Fusion Volt. Speaking of which, Happy New Year's. I hope you have a good one. So, blue, red, and a little black. Oh, did I say goblin twice? Oh, whatever. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. So the color I used to use when I used to play MTG, almost exclusively, was Artifact. Colorless. Now, if you know anything about the lore of MTG, that is kind of a valid answer. Although, they almost always emphasize that it's a bad thing. But I was an Artifact player. In fact, I had multiple Artifact decks. And by had, I mean have. They're the only MTG cards I still have to this day. Amusingly, I'd be a pretty similar thing here in Warcraft. As I've already said, I would be arcane. Because I lean towards order and structure and organization and programming. I have spreadsheets, yo. Yeah, I have no hopes for 2025 being a good year. The Fusion Vault. The only question at this point is how bad and what can we do about it. Bregwin, would you be available for joining us by chance?
Go! Go! Careful out there.
If I had to choose one of the colors... Oh, that's actually a tough one. Let me think about that. Good thing I just happen to be a grandmaster of all things explosively alchemical. This won't ignite on its own, though.
On your way!
Alright, take this. Apply it to his wounds. The cauterizing effect of the flash strike explosion doesn't crack him open. It'll heal him. I think.
Move it! Quickly! Quickly!
Well, looks like it did it. He should come around any moment now. Told you I was a grandmaster of alchemy. I got some extra resin left over. I can make all kinds of explodey stuff. What do you want? Nothing, thank you.
Hit the road!
He still looks a little loopy to me. His head must be ringing. Yeah, get him inside the temple. See what the Earth Caller wants to do with him. I'm gonna stay out here and observe these rock flares.
Move it!
Come here, boy. I am ready to meet with your so-called Earth Caller. You don't have to be a dick about it, dude. God. Magic Knight. I mean, we talked about this the other day. The Magic Knight in this game is Subtlety Rogue, of all things. I get your point, though. Because, yeah, an Arcane Paladin? Hell yeah. Remember, a Paladin isn't really different. A Paladin is a priest who has martial training. So, a mage who has martial training, right? That's a good question, Gum Gum. However, there are no Jedi and there are no Sith, so by default the answer to your question is no. What have we here? Earthcaller. My father, Stonefather Ormantle, has been taken prisoner by the Needle Rock Spire Stone Trogs. I demand you send aid to Stonehearth. Help us with our war to free Stonefather Ormantle. This one that assisted me should be adequate. Have them report to our force commander.
Arcanon Poros.
Very earthen response there. We are honored by Flint Stormantle's presence. I am given to understand the Stonefather is in possession of a fragment of the World Pillar. It is imperative that we recover all of the fragments. The instability between worlds is increasing. It might be too much for Thrall and the shamans to keep at bay.
Seek the path of the light.
The Earthen and the Stone Throgs somehow found their way to Deepholm more than 15,000 years ago. They've been warring ever since. That actually sounds about right. If to recover the middle fragment of the World Pillar, the Stonefather must be rescued.
Gayanis Aka.
No, exactly, Kira White Noise. Like, I'm just saying, there's nothing really preventing most disciplines of magic from having martial training alongside it. Arcane just sounds the coolest, right? Let's see. So we have Bregwin, Kira White Noise, I think Maverick, me. We could try to format it. Kira White Noise doesn't want to heal or tank, and I am a warlock. And Maverick's a hunter. Bregwin can heal. Oh, Maverick says he can tank. What?
You came.
Sorry, I misread. I thought you wanted to do neither earlier. The Stonefather's son sent you. No time to talk. We must prevent a second front from opening up on the war.
Farewell.
Before you can help us, you're going to have to deal with Therazane, the Stone Mother's forces to the south. The elementals and giants of the quaking fields are being mustered. They, too, are after the middle fragment of the World Pillar. They'll attack us amidst our war on the Stone Trogs, and we'll be unable to repel them. Wouldn't that be a good thing if Therazane got the World Pillar? She doesn't want Deepholm to collapse either. I guess we don't know that yet, do we? Okay, so hang on. So we can have Kira White Noise tank. Wow. Warlock, over here. Good, you're here. We have to act fast if we're to prevent Therazane's forces from attacking. The Emerald Colossi are the greatest of the Stone Mother's creatures. They must be the first removed from the field. I brought this axe for just this task. Use it to sunder the giants. You're going to have to deal with the leader of Therazane's forces here. However, to get to him quickly and safely, I'm going to need to perform a ritual. Get out there and collect some elemental ore. Okay. I think you know the answer to that, Gum Gum. What do you think, Bragwin? Are you feeling up to healing? It is up to you. I will not place any requirement upon you. No, it's okay. I know you don't like to do these, Litterathan. I don't blame you. No blame, no blame. My favorite Deepholm song right here. Alright, let's go ahead. Let's assemble here. I'm going to go and get in position. No, it's fine, Linearith. I do understand. Trust me. Nobody is more frustrated about how the dungeons have been performing than me. Like, god dang it. Well, let me go ahead and bike your white noise. There's Maverick, and there's Bragwin. Is everyone here? Nope. Let's grab that. I will be right back. Short AFK. Okay. So we do have a couple of things to talk about here. Let me make sure my tank is off, which it is. Let me make sure I grab... Let's see. What was I going to go for? I think we'll go with that. Let's do this. So the trash in this initial lineup is pretty interesting. Because if you're paying attention, Millhouse is right there. I'm even going to put a skull on his head just so you can see him. Don't actually target him. It's just... There's Millhouse, right? And the idea here was that he received... remember, back in BC when we saw him in Arcatraz, he was right next to an old god minion. The Harbinger Skyrus or whatever. So... The idea was that he was simply in too close of proximity to an old god minion, and so his mind went wonky. Thus, he joins the Twilight's Hammer. Do we see him in Wrath? No. I'll talk... Oh, right, I should probably pick up the quest, since I forgot to do that back in Vortex Pinnacle.
Off with you. Keep your feet on the ground.
We've tailed one of the Twilight operatives here. He goes by the name of Millhouse Monostorm. We have reason to believe he's carrying important documents. This is as far as we safely go, however, without neglecting our duty to defend the perimeter. Track down Monostorm and retrieve the documents from him.
Be good.
Let's do it. Document get. Most of this trash was in the mean but fair category. I actually liked the Stonecore back in the day.
It's time for a technical retreat.
So as you can see, he retreats. That guy right there, he's the big guy. The goal was always to kill them first, because they turn into Earth Elementals, which just start doing tons and tons of AoE damage. Honestly, I should just move this over here. I don't know why it's on G. There could be room for... if I want to do that. Sorry. Thank you. I believe... the Warbringer? No, it's the Earth Shaper. If I can target him, oh my god. There, yeah, that guy. Yeah, back in the day, we would have to absolutely focus fire down the Earth Shaper because of that AoE nonsense they pull. Especially when there's more than one of them. So you may not notice, Millhouse is not exactly what you call a serious villain so far. Which makes sense, he was a joke character back in Alcatraz as well. We'll see how well he does in his upcoming boss fight. Because he is the first boss. I can do that too. Ah!
Witness the full power of Millhouse Metastorm!
So over there, Millhouse is slowly... So he's there with a giant pack of trash. And you can see he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger over there. He's channeling a really large spell called Impending Doom. I may not be saying that correctly. There it is, Impending Doom. With an exclamation mark. Okay, so let's go fight him before he casts Impending Doom. And then he dies. And here's our first actual boss. And here's the deal. I want to talk about this briefly. We can fight the boss while we're doing this. Oh yeah, these have the documents. Thank you for reminding me, Bragwin. These appear to be the right documents. The documents detail the arrival of High Priestess Azil to the depths of the Stone Core. Azil is described as a high-ranking member of the Twilight Council. Additionally, her entourage is over 100 devout followers. They're preparing for an unholy ritual of unforeseen darkness. Sounds like something you should put a stop to. Anyways. So. The thing about Millhouse is, by every account I've been able to check, and I even double-checked this just a few minutes ago just to verify this, he was originally supposed to die here. It was like, hey, it's a reference to, you know, Alcatraz, and then he's dead. Thing is, he's a joke character. And if there's one consistent tendency in all of fiction, it's that joke characters are functionally immortal. They just kind of manage to survive things, even when they're not supposed to, or probably shouldn't. So he survives this. We don't know how or why. Because he's a joke character, because that's how that works. The next time we see him is in the Brawlers Guild. The next time after that, he is a very, very brief cameo over in Warlords in the Garrisons. He might show that on camera. Cameos are kind of random, so... Oh yeah, he's also magically not corrupt and insane anymore, sure. The first time Millhouse has any true story relevance is over in, you guessed it, Legion. Some of you probably have wondered in the back of your mind why it is I put Legion so high on the list. If you've been paying any attention to all of the little details I've been being like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and we'll never hear about this again until Legion, and then like 3 zones later, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, we'll never hear about this again until Legion. That's one of the reasons why. So yes, we will actually be meeting his wife in Legion, and he is part of a major quest chain as for the mages specifically. He then shows up again in Shadowlands. I believe that's his last overall appearance at the moment. I didn't double check that. They really made normal difficulty a joke, didn't they? At least for this stuff. We are literally formatting this. And just running over it roughshod. Oh, right. The Polymorph Duck Quest. You even just mentioned that earlier. There's our next boss. We're not actually fighting him yet. No, first we have to go through the Gauntlet of Terror. Which is apparently an absolute joke in normal. Are these even... Wow, that's like a 20-second delay. I mean, it's probably only like 10 seconds, but still, that was pathetic. Anyways, boss time. He does that attack during the fight. This is the beginnings of them starting to tutorialize bosses in Trash. Something they would really lean into over in Pandaria. Air phase. Let me introduce you to my secret weapon. Having lots and lots of mobs who are all ranged. We're constantly killing you. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you're right, Izmir Star. Like, literally, some of the mechanics are different. And even time walking isn't this much of a complete face roll. At least not always. Not as long as you don't have a level 10 with you, right? Hell, I've noticed Maverick isn't even leading the DPS charts sometimes. Stuff is just falling over before you can really get ramped up. I mean, you don't have to use cooldowns. I was gonna say, oh, I should move. Yeah, the upcoming room is probably one of the harder trash rooms in Kata. No joke. There's a lot of mean mobs here and sentries. So if you remember, we've seen sentries before over in Zulamon. Sentries run. And if they get over there, they pull extra stuff. Up ahead, we have all kinds of mean stuff. We have Magma Lords, we have more Warbringers, we have Conjurers, who summon adds. We have Heavies, that's the Bruisers over there, you see them in the distance. They are Heavies. And this is a relatively small area with lots of people who fear us, flee in fear, and run and either summon new mobs or run to summon new mobs. This room can get out of control very, very quickly. In a real difficulty. Which this is not. And I'm going to stand on Kira White Nose here for no reason. There. There. Let's start getting some buttons going here, shall we? Paying attention, this is about a 6-pack, I want to say. And we were still managing it until the knockback started happening, which started interrupting cast times. We actually had that until that. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this. Don't accept this yet, Kira White Noise. Or do. Shoot. Wasn't expecting that. Alright, whatever. Okay. And dead. So I'll start running back. Oh, I'm in combat. Ah! That's actually funny. What are we in combat with, pray tell, game? Yeah, okay. Well, alright. So we can't use the teleporter because we're in combat, which means they're probably coming. So we're going to go ahead and start walking here. And we're going to see when we run into them. Getting some EverQuest vibes here. Still nothing. I'm starting to wonder if this is just straight bugged. Like if we're in combat with nothing, in other words. Oh, we just left combat. Okay. Well, moving on. There's the shortcut we would have gone to, right up there. Okay. So. Here's a fresh set of cookies, if anybody wants them. Wow, we actually killed quite a bit. Not everything, just, you know, quite a bit. And then I pull the entire room. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. And I think I've proven what this room can be like. I'm telling you, it was these guys who killed us. Those knockbacks just interrupt too much casting. Okay, so... Thorns and Reflect boss. I also ran into a trouble with this guy during the lore run and the Warcraft series.
None may pass into the world's heart.
Because I have no idea why this guy's here or why we're fighting him. There's actually another one. Another guy just like this in the final raid.
Upon my body.
And I once again have no idea why he's like that.
The cycle is complete.
I do like dying, Linearth. All we had to do was massively overpull an entire room and bring only 4 players to the run.
The strength of the earth. The cycle is complete.
I was not paying attention. That is 100% on me.
Break yourselves upon my body. Feel the strength of the earth.
The real question is, what are you calling yourself? And you want me to change all of the entries in the website, the spreadsheet that keeps track of your donations?
A protector has fallen. The world's heart lies exposed.
Thank you. Happy New Year, random. Here's hoping. I don't know, I have no hope. There's no hope. The best hope is that things go so badly that we have a revolution. Thank you for the sub, random. I will put that towards Mother 3, Xenoblade 3, and In Stars and Time. So this room can be fun. There's lots of these guys. There's a couple of elites out here. And then there's just lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of trash. Not particularly, Magister, but then again, my life doesn't matter. I'm worried about my nieces. Oh, we only killed 100. Ah, well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. So, she has a Christmas hat. This should be fun.
The world will be reborn in flames!
You heard her. Look, all I'm saying, Master, is she's got some ideas. Maybe we should listen to her, you know? I actually really like Gravity Well, because it actually yanks you into it.
My death, countless more will fall. The burden is now yours to bear.
So, does anybody want a Christmas hat? Because I don't. And I will throw it on the ground. I'm an adult, you see. Oh, Maverick got one, too. All on you, Bragwin. And also Kira White Noise. It's all on you, Kira White Noise. This is it. This is your chance to get a dumb... Okay, cool. Get out of my inventory. Get out of here, get out of here. Oop. I thought, and I'm wrong. Either way, that was Stonecore. Not a bad dungeon. Just far too easy, like every other dungeon. There's a lot of really cool mechanics here. Did you notice this is parts of the leftover parts of the plates that they fused onto Deathwing? And a lot of design was put into the specifics of a lot of the trash in here, too. There should be a... Oh, okay. By memory, I mostly enjoy the last boss, but then again, I'm mostly thinking of her achievement, I think. See, she puts down those gravity wells, and she also summons a bunch of ads. And you can aggro the ads and then stand on the other side of the well, and they will run right into the well and get eaten by it. Over here, Maverick. Over here. Yeah, there you go.
Great to meet you.
High Priestess, you say, and a member of the Twilight Council. Excellent work. I hope you find your lust for gear suitably sated.
Watch your back.
My lust for power carried me into the Stone Core. Again, thank you for joining me. For anybody who cares, and it will not be today, but the next dungeon we're going to be doing is Dune's... I'll guess? No, that's not right. Hang on. Grim Batol. I don't know what I was calling it Dune. I think it's Grim Batol. Grim Batol will be the 4th to last dungeon, because there's those last 3 in the finale. Yep. The extremely doomed city. Knocked over by some random ancient cursed entity called Xalatath. Although, I haven't seen her around in a while. I don't think she's going to be too much of an issue. Yeah, another vehicle section. Now, I'm almost positive that they did an overhaul for Grim Batol, because I got it on my Mythic rotation, and I was weirded out because they changed several elements of it, like they usually do when they add a dungeon to Mythic. I had a funny thought the other day. What do you want to bet that adding dungeons to Mythic rotation is their solution to re-adding old content or re-supporting old content? All you have to do is be part of a Mythic group that's hitting Mythics regularly, and Shazam! You could do older content again. Please do the Mythics. Do the Mythics. Oh my god, do the Mythics. Speaking as someone who legitimately enjoys doing Mythic Plus, there has definitely been a push for that to be like the content that they push players to. That's been true for a while now. That's nothing new. I've actually wondered for a while if the reason why is because Mythic dungeons are just a lot less time-consuming on a production scale to make. Like how a dungeon is less time-consuming to make than a raid, for example. And Mythic Pluses are kind of evergreens, right? Mythic dungeons never actually go away. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. They'll cycle, they'll rotate. But any dungeon they put work into will, at some point or another, come back into rotation. So that's not wasted effort, right? From a production standpoint. By contrast, you make a raid, well, it's one and done. And nobody's ever going to go back to it except for, like, getting transmog. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just speculating out loud. Yep, every single one of them is Mirror. It's true, Magister. For good or for ill. Thank you, Arabdumia. Without all their giants, Therazane's forces will have a harder time taking the Stonehearth. Now, if you please, hand me back the axe. I'll keep it safe till you rescue the Stonefather. Wait, I shouldn't be doing this voice acting. This isn't Earthen. But I'm not going to voice act these like Earthen, if that's okay with you. Have you all that is required? You should do. I just need a moment to prepare the ritual. The leader of the Stone Mother's forces here is the great elemental lord Avalancheon. Luckily for us, the Twilight Hammer cultists have decided to invade his lair. They're seeking to bind his elementals to their will. We will take advantage of the chaos. The earth ritual that I invoke will make you one with the ground. It'll take you to Avalancheon without alerting him to your presence. It is then up to you to finish him. I like my name right now, which is One with the Ground Ritual. It's just my name. Yeah, just suddenly Night Song? Now the ritual's complete. Only one thing left to do. Slay Avalancheon. Do me know you? No matter. Me crush your bones. No, not again. Sorry, buddy. Oh, hey, what's this? Just a random chest out here. Not at all, Gum Gum. No. Not even a little bit. Yeah, no kidding, Magister. I've been thinking about it for a while, because both WoW and FF14 actually have semi-similar approaches to grouping for the overwhelming majority of the content, which is pugging, right? And there's vehicles and devices and mechanisms in place to make pugging smoother or easier or avoidable. It's also worth noting both WoW and FF14 recently have been allowing you to completely skip pugging for the most part, except for like raids and stuff, because of follower dungeons and the trust system. But both games still have that other, you know, the 2% at the end, right? Where you're gonna have to get 7 other players or 23 other players together. Or you're gonna have to get however many it is for LFR, I don't actually remember.
I have many
in order to actually be able to progress.
Like. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
And I've sometimes wondered if they've just held on to that because it's an MMO, therefore you should play with other players.
The Earth calls.
You've done what few others could have. Defeating Avalancheon was no small feat. I'm impressed. Will you help us with our war against the Stone Troggs so we can rescue the Stone Father?
Until we meet.
With the Stonefather taken prisoner, our forces are demoralized. Normally, any one of mine could take 5 times his number of stone trogs, but now... I want you to head out and plant Stonefather's mantle near the defenders. Grant them his boon. Remind them of that which they fight for.
Farewell.
Our war has been waged for longer than your kind counts time. That's not true. Let's see if you can make a difference. The Stone Trogs are a mistake of the Titans. On your world, they have succumbed to the curse of flesh, but here, you can see them in their true form. We're surrounded. Maybe we could go down there and break a few of them down for us. See what they're really made of. Right. You know, another thing that I like about Deepholm is that reflected material in the ground. It helps to emphasize that what we're standing on isn't really rock in the strictest sense of the word. And, again, adds to that artificial nature of the place. I love the visuals of this place so much. So, why am I not looking forward to Witcher 4? I suppose the first and most obvious reason is that we are playing a Witcher. A person with 2 swords and some potions who's going to be fighting monsters. Of both types, of course. That's neat and all, but I was hoping to play something else, like, oh, I don't know, a sorcerer or something similar. But that's a minor thing. That doesn't really matter. Now, the real problem is the trailer was very doom and gloom. And, nah, I'm good. If I want doom and gloom, I'll pull up the news. I'm kind of done with that at this point in my life. One thing in Warcraft lore I can't agree with, but is canon nonetheless. The fact that the Death Knights still have the urge to kill in them. It's only referenced once, in a short story, and nowhere else, but by all accounts, it is in fact canon. Now, that might not be. There's some hope in there. That was a Shadowlands short story, and who knows on those. I mean, you could say the jailer, but is the jailer canon? So far, not really. That is a good thing. Last I checked, I didn't make any jokes there, Gum. I like how their banner is just a rock. It's just a rock. I mean, it's a rock with some runes on it, but still. It's a rock. I like the idea, by the way, that these people are so Titan, for lack of a better way to put that, that fighting each other is just what they do, because it's what they were programmed to do. So they just keep doing it. Like, that's just their day-to-day, right? That's their day job. Alright, time to go kill Trogs. Alright, time to go kill Earthen. Hey, Bob. Hey, Jill. Anything going on with the kids? Nah, not really. What are you up for today? Oh, I'm on Eastern Flank duty. Oh, man. Good luck with that. Yep, probably gonna die today. Alright, well, have fun with that. Bye. Die, Trogs! I hope they at least mention them as Miristar, because, yeah. Not a bad start, though you have to destroy more than that if you're going to rescue the Stone Father. A lot more. To the north lies the Fractured Front. That's where most of the heavy fighting's happening. Go into Stonehearth proper. Grab all the Thunderstones you can. Our engineers need them for the catapults. When you have enough, take them to Clay Mudaxel. Don't mind his tongue. He's old and cranky. He should have gone back to the Earth thousands of years ago. Probably the Earth. Hey, Billy. Looking forward to killing you today.
How can I be of assistance?
Sipping, bog water around the cooler. Did you catch the such and such last night? Oh, man, it was great.
May the earth...
The stone trogs have found a way to burrow up from underneath our homes. I've sent our geomancers to seal the buildings, but they need reagents and time. Okay, I can do that.
Until we meet again.
That's not how I would seal a place from being burrowed into from below, but you know what? I'm not going to question it. He's the professional. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, avoid the belt. My wife made it for me for my birthday. Oh, yeah, sure thing. Should I aim, like, up here? Yeah, go ahead. Lost my looks thousands of years ago. Oh, tell me about it. Listen, after the battle today, I was thinking about having a cookout. You want to join me? Sure. He's saying this to his enemy, to be clear. I believe that's the trope, go-karting with Bowser on TV tropes. I don't think so, Gum Gum. I mean, I probably have somewhere, I just can't think of it. Oh, Bowser would totally be like that. Oh, I'm going to kill absolutely everyone. Okay. Yeah, and then a whistle goes off, right? Factory whistle. Oh, that's quitting time. Hey, Luigi, listen, I was wondering. Remember when you lent me that exercise tape? It's been doing me some great wonders. I was wondering, do they have any seconds? Oh, yeah, no problem. I'll get you more, Bowser. Oh, thanks, Luigi. I really appreciate it. It's been helping keep my energy up, you know what I mean? Like, I feel a lot more awake. I've been sleeping better. Oh, yeah, me too, bro. Oh, tell me about it. Listen, me and Daisy, we were gonna go and hit the golf cart, or hit the golf ranges after this. You wanna join us? Oh, I'd love to! This is good. We don't have to worry about stone trogs attacking from the rear. Let's see what we can do about the front. We should go out there and finish them. Berserkers, Earthrenders, Deathrenders, I don't care. I want those trogs shattered. Death to trogs. I mean, strogs. Whatever they're called. The old earthen has cracked where the others do not. Clearly ancient. What are you supposed to be? Some kind of fleshy mistake? Cursed is what you are. He spits dust on the ground. Make yourself useful or get off my front. By the way, the mouse over for the Thunderstones says, Thunder, Thunder, Thunderstones. He mumbles to himself, that'll do, just put him down there. He looks you up and down with one eye and then spits on dust onto the ground. I'm going to have something for you to do in a moment. Maybe. He sneers at you and makes it sound like two stones rubbing against each other. They've smashed all our catapults. I've been trying to get this one working, but no luck so far. Maybe you'd like to make yourself useful. Head out to the front, grab my spare bag. You think you can handle that flesh bag? You seem quick on your feet, Goblin. I need someone who can go into the chaos and patch up our info. Sure, I can do that. King K. Rool? No, he's not a Bowser ripoff. He's too different in too many different ways. If anything, he's more of a Wily ripoff. He's not, to be clear, but that's the point I'm making. No validity in reality. And of course, we all know King K. Rool has a wonderful singing voice. Yeah, I honestly thought we'd see the Trobs in the ring in the second zone. Now, I'm not sad about who we did see in the second zone, but that was where I was expecting that. I mean, in the interest of fairness, Gum Gum, it's a good thing they don't act like they do in the show, if you think about it. Waterworks? No, it'll be fine. We have died on that one so many times. Because we were just doing them all. Because we're doing them all. And we didn't really plan. I might be thinking of the wrong way. It's the one that's underwater. We didn't really plan for each given one to be whatever difficulty. We were just, next time we do a delve, we would do the delve at a higher difficulty than the previous one. So we ended up doing the water difficulty on like 6 or 7. I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's pathetic and super easy. If you're saying that, then you're an elitist dickhead, because no, it wasn't. We died a lot. It is weirdly hard to keep track of your air meter when you're dealing with all that other nonsense. We did it. Yeah, we were 2 demon hunters and a mage. But we didn't bring anything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that hear what noise. Anyways, the problem is, if I had to pick a color, I'd probably go with white. As boring as that sounds. Because I was thinking about all the other ones, and green is just way too gross for me. Red is far too violent and self-destructive. Black is actively self-sabotaging. Which, granted, I am a moron, but I don't think being an idiot is qualifier for being black. I just realized how that sentence sounds out loud, but you know what I mean. The MTG one, not the other one. Well, please don't. I will delete that clip if you clip it. I'm just gonna be honest about that. The last thing I need is some fake drama for that. Let's see. And that just leaves blue. And blue is tempting, but in general, most of the people who are blue tend to be trolls. Just straight up trolls. I'm not a big fan of trolls. Oh, I'm with you on that, Lord Hermit. In fact, I've actually already given this game a negative for that. Guild Wars 2 has this feature where when you're crafting something, it's like, all right, craft, and it speeds up, right? So the larger a thing you're making, ironically, the less time it takes to make. So if you're making 100 such and such, it goes by in like 10 seconds. It's a good feature. WoW needs to poach that. Or just get rid of crafting time in general. Alright, maybe you're okay after all. Alright. Just don't get bent out of shape. Give me a few moments with these parts. Okay. Take your time, Grandpa. You seem very good with those fleshy hands of yours. I can't tell if that's an insult, a compliment, or if you're hitting on me. That's a good dent, but it's clear to me that we're going to have to handle this a slightly different way. We're going to put an end to this right now. Go northwest and kill Trogzor! Trogzor! The Earthinator. About half my viewers just looked at their screen like, what? The other half are doing the guitar thing. Earthinating the countryside. I have no idea, though, Creamy. Like, it's just a tendency, you know? If I were to guess, I'd say it's because blue tends to focus a lot on affecting and manipulating and changing the battlefield. So, someone somewhere, whoever's keeping track of the lore and the stories, just said, you know, troll, right? Being a dick. Is he dead? You have the cudgel. Finally, we can move forward and rescue the Stone Father. We have to? Peak Grindstone's team broke down somewhere in the west. Think you can make yourself useful for a change? No. I do not have the ability to be useful. Those spare parts you have there. Well, I can't thank you enough. Let's see if we can get this catapult moving. Alright, I think I've got it working again. You've got to get the catapult to the Stone Town. Snort Needle Rock Slag just north of here. The drive will go with you. I'll head back and let Gravel know. Okay. Let's do it. Let's escort the catapult. Well, the problem is D&D alignments haven't been useful for about 35 years. But I do agree with you, overall. And like I said earlier, I do find the concept fascinating. Yeah, blue deck, aka you like counterspells, right? I will admit, one of my favorite blue decks, this wasn't mine, it was Gary's back in the day, was the Mill deck. How many of you know what that is before I tell you? That's right. There's a rule in MTG a lot of people didn't actually know back in the day. I don't know how normalized it is nowadays. If you go to draw a card, and you can't, you lose the game. So, i.e. you could mill, as in grinding them through the mill, until their library is completely gone. If their library is gone, they can't draw, and they die. So a mill deck is, alright, Lord Harrowmont, draw a card. Okay, because you drew a card, draw 2 cards. Okay, because you draw 2 cards, draw 5 cards. And so forth and so on. And you can just make a specific player draw more and more and more and more cards. The reason it was fascinating is obviously you are giving your opponent a lot of cards. And if they happen to have something that increases their hand size, they can just sit there and be interesting about that. But they know they're on a timer.
You came in search.
What took you? My father's life is in jeopardy. I hate all of you assholes. Word of your prowess has spread ahead of you. Let's see if you can help hold off these fungal horrors.
May the earth...
Oh good, you brought another catapult. They might be older than the dirt, but he makes a mean war machine. Well, you didn't bring it all the way out here for your health, flesh bag. Get one of those things and bombard the fungal terrors.
Until we meet again.
Die, monsters. You are correct, Creamy. At the time, my biggest theory for why Hearthstone didn't work for me is I didn't want to spend the time learning the decks. But later on, I came up with a much more interesting theory, to me at least, as for why I didn't get into Hearthstone. Hearthstone is extraordinarily PvP focused, just like MTG is, actually. And I just am not much of a PvPer to begin with, but also... I forget the statistics, but like an average match of MTG is like 6 rounds or something like that. Now really think about that for a second. You sit down, build your cards, do your draw, okay, put down a land, other person goes, they put down a land, you go, them 3, them 4, them 5, them 6. Match is over. Now that's average, of course. But that's the point, isn't it? It's not just PvP, it's really, really boring. So what me and my friends we used to do is we used to just kind of not win when we could. Rather than actually trying to win, we'd just sit there to play out our decks and see if we could get our combos going. But that quickly became pointless, because that was just drawing until you got the combo. So there was no point in actually playing the game. The only fun was from building the deck. Hearthstone has the exact same problem. Hearthstone briefly had some cool single-player or co-op friendly stuff, and that was interesting. But all of that was FOMO. It was all temporary and then went away, or, frankly, wasn't good enough in order to justify itself. You'll also notice they stopped doing that after a while because, you know, they realized they could microtransaction the hell out of their game rather than actually release content for it. So they did. The card game I've enjoyed the most by quite a margin so far is Kingmaker, I want to say is the name of it. It's a Witcher game. Maybe Kingslayer. King something. No, that's not Kingmaker, that's Pathfinder. What is the name of that stupid game? Yeah, it's a Gwent game, but it's the standalone one they came out with after Witcher 3. That was a really good game. And that's exactly what I want out of a card game. Thronebreaker. How was it? See, I was close.
How can I be?
That's a great start, but we're going to need you to fly over the town and stir up some more trouble.
Farewell.
We sent a number of our war constructs into the slag, but none of them ever returned. We know the Stone-Trog mystics have done something to them. What we're concerned about is the mystics will control them and turn them on us, just like they have the fungal giants.
Until we meet again.
The Needle Rock mystics have taken control of the fungal giants. Now they seek to control our war constructs. Go in there and do something about it. Isn't that what you're here for? Could you stop being an asshole for 5 seconds? This guy. By the way, I highly recommend Thronebreaker if you like card games at all. Hi, Uthor. Uthor, I recommend you never play Thronebreaker because it's a game I like. Stay away from it like the plague. back, Bragman. I'm pretty sure you did. Unfortunately, I don't think I have those notes anymore. I have to double check. Hey, you gonna be an asshole again? A few less stone drunk is always a good thing. Glad to see you're a decent warlock after all. Buddy, I have been winning your war for you for the last, like, half hour. We'll soon know the exact location of where they're keeping my father captive. Hope you survive till then. Thanks.
The earth calls.
That was a nice bit of work. With our constructs back up and running behind the main lines, it's only a matter of time before we make the big push to rescue Stonefather.
Farewell.
Down below in Needle Rock Chasm is a place where the mystics are sprouting all of these fungal monstrosities. I sent Slate Quicksand in a small forest to deal with it, but they've run into a snag. Remember the Archgeomancer? Go down there and lend him a hand, would you please? I like how polite almost every single one of the Earthen are, except for the son of the king. Of course, the spoiled princeling is a brat. God. Okay, so these are my last points. Hey! Thronebreaker's on Steam right now for €4. Just saying, just pointing it out. You too could have a cool card game with a cool story. Good to see you. Now we'll get somewhere. Wait, what? When Deathwing broke the World Pillar, he opened a rift between your world and ours. These spores and fungi are one consequence. Let's see if we can deal with them together. The Stone Trog mystics are creating those fungal monstrosities from the giant mushrooms to the north. I want you to take a War Guardian and deal with them. Make your way to the mushrooms and target them. We'll sink them into the ground before the mystics have a chance to finish the ritual. Alright, more Golem. Come with me if you want to kill. Also, can I just say, one of my favorite looking golems in the whole game is these chonkers. I don't know, I love the format of them. They're barely humanoid. They really look like just war golems, right? Like, that's just what we're looking at there. I love it. Pretty sure they added that model in Kata. I know the boss in Blackwing Descent has that. I think the Who Thor disagrees with me on everything thing really got going during BFA, when BFA was still new. Because Who Thor was a big fan of BFA, and I was not. We'll see how it reviews. It's been some time and I've had some distance. But at the time, BFA killed my interest in the game, completely. So, that had a bit of an impact on me. Honestly, I didn't really come back to WoW until Dragonflight. Yeah, no judgment, Creamy. I know a lot of people hate on BFA, and like I said, we'll see when we get there. But at the time, I didn't take that well. As I said on camera, they burned my home. And I'm not talking about Teldrassil. What's with all the sulfur around here? Yeah, see, you see what I mean, Creamy? Do you see the contradiction there? Exactly, the narrative. There was something that I also really didn't like at the time, which ironically the game might not get a negative for because it might have been removed from the game. They forced the player to participate in the atrocity of Teldrassil. And I do stress that word, forced. That didn't sit well with me. Then, of course, immediately after that, virtually every Horde cutscene in the entire expansion involved Sylvanas twirling her mustache being horrifically evil, and everyone else standing there being like, yep, that sounds cool to me, and just going along with it. It wasn't until quite literally the last patch when they finally started walking away from that. They won't have any more of these fungal giants to throw at us. While you're out there, Pyrium Lodestone contacted me. He said there's a matter of great urgency that your assistance is needed immediately. Okay. I can do that. Well, that's actually a valid question, Creamy. I will admit that I barely touched on the Alliance during BFA, other than for the stream I did at the time.
You came in search of something.
We found out where the Stone Father's being held, and young Flint ran off to rescue him, on his own. I don't need to tell you this is bad. Flint is going to get himself captured, or worse. The Stone Trog Chieftain is out there. Please go after him and free him.
Until...
Of course the young, spoiled princeling brat ran off by himself. So I didn't really have my finger on the pulse of the community back during BFA. Nobody I knew, except for Uthor, actually liked BFA. I do know there are a few people who were happy to finally be playing the bad guys. But most of what I tended to hear was, why are we repeating Garrosh's story again? It's especially worth noting that they actually flat out stated, we're not doing an evil war chief story again. You remember that? Because I do. Damn it. I stand by what we talked about over a week ago at this point. You want to do two factions, make one of them the bad guy faction. And I know what you're going to say, but no, I mean actually make one of them the bad guy faction. Allow the players to play as Scourge, or Legion, or Void. Don't do this crap.
The Earth calls.
You did it, how will we ever repay you?
May the Earth guide you.
Okay. I mean, Garrosh is a great villain, but I was really mad that I didn't get to kill him. That's all I'm going to say about that. Our heroine returns. You've saved my people. You have earned that which you seek. I present you with the key to Stonehearth. With it you may unlock the vault to my home and recover the middle fragment of the World Pillar. Keep it safe. Make certain to get it to the Temple of Earth as quickly as possible. Yeah, you're welcome for winning your war for you and rescuing you. Now I'm in a hurry. No, I think we could both agree on that. Look, sorry, that was really hard to read, so I had to reread that a couple of times. Sorry. 2 pillars down.
Good fortune, good health, long life.
Now, we're gonna get our last talent point, which, yep, I know I could grab. Yeah, no, I knew what Fife was referencing, sadly enough. Anyways, I shouldn't talk about BFA. I apologize. I was just trying to answer the question. As I said, I'm trying to walk in as neutrally as I can, which I always do. Oh, 8.3 was really good. The only reason I didn't quit WoW completely in BFA was because of 8.3. Pax and I absolutely revitalized our interest in the game during that patch. And we did a lot of the visions, the horrifying visions, or the visions of terror, or whatever the hell they were talking about. I can't remember what they're called. I was so down for that. They were fun, they were interesting, they were mean. And it felt rewarding to slowly push my way through those. Horrific visions, that's it. Because there was like the vision such and such, that's the events in Oldham and the Valley of Eternal Blossoms, or the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. And then there's the horrific visions, and I think there was a third one too, actually. What am I doing? Deepholm. Now, I've heard Huthor's say own sentiment, obviously from his own lips, because we've discussed BFA for a little while, but the last point I'll say is the final reason that I wasn't there for BFA being the final time when we're going to finally see change in Warcraft is because I've been seeing the final time where we're going to finally see change in Warcraft since Warcraft 3. From my perspective, we were already well past all of this Horde versus Alliance nonsense and all of the bullcrap of the old era. And we'd already gone through that lesson like 6 or 7 times at that point. I mean, for God's sakes, earlier today, you heard Thrall say, you know, we have to put aside the past and work together to stop the Cataclysm. So that's Cata. It was a thing in Wrath, it was a thing in BC, it was a thing in Vanilla. It was a thing in Warcraft 3. It's a huge thing in Pandaria. We don't really see it in Warlords, but then it was the thing in Legion. And then BFA comes along, so it was actually the 8th time that they kept hitting the same exact story beat over and over and over. And I was just kind of sick of it. Because every single time they went right back into the HVA. And I was incredibly tired of it. Now, in the interests of honesty, it has actually stuck this time. Still, BFA was 3 or 4 expansions ago, depending how you count that. And they have stayed away from the HVA ever since. So, okay. I'll give you that. I will. But at the time, I'm just sitting there going, again? And so rather than being this big, awesome scene of we must finally put down our arms, at the time it just felt like they were spitting in my face. It's kind of like, I don't even have a way to put this. And of course I'm having trouble. It was the same story beat. I don't have an analogy. I can't come up with an analogy. It was just the same damn story beat again. And I was so sick of it.
Well met.
Only one piece of the world pillar remains, and it's in the hands of the Stone Mother herself. Worse, the temple has come under siege by elementals and giants. It is not a terrible leap of logic to assume they're acting by her will. Go outside, meet the elementals in battle.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Actually, yeah. You know what? Good example, Loke. Somehow, Palpatine has returned. That is the exact vibe that I got in BFA. Yeah, no kidding, Kira Whiteface.
Hey there.
Now, again, like I said, in the interest of fairness, it did finally frickin' stick this time. And, also, in the interest of fairness, that's true, Fife. BFA, so I rag on BFA a lot, and I stand by that in many ways. But it's worth noting that BFA, for me, from my perspective, started really, really crap, and kind of got better every patch, right? Every major patch twisted it around into something that I was actually there for. That I was actually down for, and I was like, really? Huh. Okay. And that's, and as I mentioned before, when 8.3 came out, we were super down for it. And that's why I stuck with WoW through BFA into Shadowlands. Now, I swear I didn't plan this, but me taking these aspirin here with a bit of Dayquil is the perfect analogy for Shadowlands right there. For whatever my feelings are in BFA, I don't think Shadowlands will review very well. It'll probably have some good regional quests, because it did. 3 of the 4 zones were solid, both in terms of story and gameplay. So it's going to get some positives on both axes for 3 of the 4 leveling zones. We'll see about the Bastion when we get there. The Maw, we're going to have some discussions about. Perthia is the worst zone in the entire game. Zereth Mortis we'll get to. And there's not much content there, so it's going to have the Warlords problem. Not a lot there. And unlike Warlords, Shadowlands is arguably better for the removed content. So we will see, but I would be willing to put money right now that the second or first worst scoring expansion will be Shadowlands, and I do think it is going to drag the entire game's score down.
How you doing, Mom?
Hey, Mom, thanks for coming. We weren't ready for this kind of a talk. We've been expecting the Twilight, but not Elementals. We've got no idea what upset them this much that they would turn on us like this. You haven't been out there killing them, have you? No. The Earthen haven't been having me mass murder them or anything.
See ya later.
There'll be nothing chaotic about this attack. The Elementals and Giants be organizing against us. It's seeming somehow we've earned the eye of Therazane herself.
Okie dokie.
When the attack started, we pushed out to the field as quickly as we could. Their forces were deep and endless. We underestimated them. Now some of our best shaman are stranded out there, exhausted and far from our defenses. Make your way out there, take the pressure off our stranded brothers.
Be seeing ya.
We're fortunate that those giants be having such bad aim. Luck is sure to be favoring them eventually, though. We need to get them off the battlefield, but I don't think taking them on head-on would be very smart. Here, take this grapple line, get a good hold on their ankles, pull them over. We call it the Hoth Special.
Okie dokie.
Hey there.
I can't imagine Shadowlands reviewing as well as Warlords will. We'll see, again, but I can't possibly imagine that. Elementals are chaotic by nature, but this kind of organized aggression's out of character. More so down here, where their deaths are permanent. I suspect this is Therazane's doing, but I have to be sure. Destroy the Rumblers, bring me their cores. Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Now let's investigate why the Earth Elementals are attacking us en masse, shall we? Hey, look, it's the first Yank the Weeds quest in the game. Any chance Shadowlands will score better than Wrath? If anything's going to swing that, it's going to be the gameplay axis. Because Wrath... Oh, here, hang on. Let me pull up the list right here. Wrath did not score well on the gameplay axis. Here we go. Down to the W's. Yeah, Wrath got a net negative 54 to gameplay. That is not great. Shadowlands will do extremely well on visuals, as will every zone from now on in the entire game. Even the Maw, a zone almost universally hated, is probably one of my personal favorite... Like I mentioned earlier, this is my favorite Earth Elemental plane. The Maw is probably my overall favorite hell that I've ever seen in a game. Congrats, Lord Harriman. Happy New Year's. Yes, really. The Maw is a fantastically designed hell. Like, it is truly horrific on every level. Obviously, I can't show you the Maw right now. But picture for a moment a place which is so dead and blasted that there is absolutely no life. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, a Badlands. No. No, I mean no life. At all. And then you just see the forges everywhere.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
The Maw is a place where they grind down souls to use them as fuel. Now, that already probably sounds pretty bad. But the more you know about how this setting operates, the worse that actually feels. Like, souls are not supposed to be things that go away permanently. Well, yeah, obviously the jailer came up with the idea of the soul grinder because he's behind everything. Negative.
Who you be?
We'd never be claiming a great friendship with the elemental lords, but we be trusting the security and the chaos. As long as they be remaining unorganized, we have little to fear. If the Stone Mothers truly rally in the earth against us, we have a great more to be fearing.
Later.
These are in surprisingly good condition. Good work, Mon.
Be good.
So it is certain, then. These elementals were bound from Domat Stone only recently. Only an elemental lord could bind so many elementals so quickly. It seems we're at war with the Stone Mother herself.
Great.
May the elements protect us.
So we need to stop being at war with the elemental lord of the earth as quickly as possible. Now, we've already knocked over Alakir, if you're paying attention. Canonically, even. So...
Who you be?
I guess technically that happens after this, but whatever. Let's not kill all the elemental lords, shall we?
Later. Be seeing ya.
Don't be
Have you seen that giant looming in the distance? That is Bodin the Opposing, one of the Therzane Mother Stone Lords. We've been knowing little of the Stone Lords, but Bodin's not known to be very level-headed. Sadly, he seems to be the one leading this assault, so he's the one we be confronting. Take this proclamation, read it aloud on behalf of the Elden Ring. I know it's a bit of a stretch to think words will settle this, but we have to try.
Spirits be with you, man.
I mean, fair enough, Garrow Noise. We all know what the fate of Ragnaros is going to be. He's already made himself very well declared an enemy of us and an ally of the Twilight's Hammer. And if there is one constant in all of WoW, it's that if you put yourselves in our path, it doesn't work out very well for you. Bodin the Imposing, I come on behalf of the Earthen Ring. We wish no harm. We wish your kind no harm. We seek to repair the rift between us. Why do you attack us?
Did you mistake me for Diamant? Or perhaps some whimpering, compliant stone trod who cares? If you seek peace, relinquish the World Pillar and leave Deepholm. This is our realm. Your only welcome here shall be found underneath my stone foot.
Well, okay. That's true, Huthor. Part of why I think both of them have been so engaging. Although, I'm actually disagreeing with myself. There is actually a third villain who acknowledged that, but it's kind of a technically.
Hello, man.
Yeah, that's about the reaction we were expecting. You mentioned Diamant, though. If the two don't get along, perhaps this Diamant be a little brash. At least it's something. Let me see if I can get the Earth to tell me where we find this Diamant.
Bye-bye now.
She reaches for the ground in an attempt to discern Diamant's location, but jumps back in shock after a moment. Oh, but that was unexpected. Diamant ain't far at all. When I reached out to him, he spoke back with me, told me where we could find him. Be careful. It's unlike the Earth to lay an ambush, but it was unlike the Earth to siege the temple, too.
Be good.
By the way, little nice touch here. They've been summoning air elementals to defend them. Oh, and fire elementals to defend them against earth elementals. Honestly, yeah, Loke. I mean, obviously, it being written well is kind of a cheat, because I'm down for well-written stuff in general. But yeah, I like that idea. Hell, I'm kind of curious what Eridicron's endgame looks like, because who knows, you know? One moment, please. Yeah, that's a valid point, Maverick. Ah, you must be the goblin I was expecting. You have come on behalf of the Earthen Ring, then. Just the camera up a little bit. Among the Twilight cults are magics that threaten us greatly. We have every desire to wipe their existence from our home. We are divided, and so we cannot. And so I watch and wait. Oh man, that would be fascinating, Fife. Imagine if Light, like some of the Elder Naru, the Prime Naru, like Zira, realizes, you know, they're against us. They ally against us. They realize that ain't gonna work, and they adapt. And they're like, all right, you know what? Truce. Let's... halfway, right? I would apologize for Bodin, but stone is stubborn. It does not sway from its ways without the wear of time. The Stone Lords, Bodin and I among them, are charged with retrieving the World Pillar. In that we are at odds. I would extend my patience upon you. Prove you are no ally of the Twilight Cult or of Deathwing. Carry our hatred upon them. Strike swiftly where we cannot. Succeed, and I will listen. The Twilight Cult are mining jade crystals near their camp. Foolish, reckless. Gather the mined crystals. Take them to the center of the camp and shatter them on the ground. The reverberations and the powered crystals will bring tunnelers upon them. They will learn respect for the earth. Piece by piece, rock by rock, with time. Oh, bip, bip. The Twilight cultists are taking my rocklings amongst them. They drain them, torture them, strip them of their essence that animates them from stone. Please free my rocklings. Neither Diamant nor I have the delicacy to smash their chains without hurting them as well. But we have a tool you might use. Here, take this. Break their chains, set them free. I have not. It's on my list to poke at someday, Rain 36, but I've never gotten around to it. Is it any good? Or is this one of those things where you're going to tell me, oh, it's so terrible and I hate it? Which would make me sad. Yeah, no, exactly. It looks super cool. A strategy game, one layer removed. Just sounds interesting. Be free! Quite well, actually, Huthor. I don't have all the numbers up yet. I usually don't until I actually finish a zone and do my mini audit. Because I've been doing a mini audit per zone. But it's definitely scoring better than Oldham. Tell you that much. Oldham got a net -1, which is really bad for a Kata zone. For a bit of perspective, so far Vashir has been a net +17, Oldham is a net -1, and I guess that's it, because we're only at the 3rd zone by now. Oh. Go away. Stop existing, please. Oldham is a weird one. I mentioned that net -1. That's because it had a bunch good and a bunch bad. It did some really cool stuff, both narratively and gameplay-wise. And then it had endless Indiana Jones references. I'm being a little facetious. That's not the only thing wrong it did, but good lord. Also, I noticed something. So, you and I have actually talked about this before, Uthor. You've got, what is it, your roller coaster and your flower design to zone design? Oldham has neither. Oldham has no pattern whatsoever to how its quests progress. They chain and web with no logic to them whatsoever, and so it kind of informs a lot of backtracking unless you already know the path and know where you're going. It's one of the reasons why the idea of the story sequencing negative was on my mind when we were covering Oldham this morning. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it, and what's really strange is there's no reason for that. It's not a redone zone. They didn't have pre-existing terrain they had to follow. They could have done whatever they wanted to. Now, we do know there was a bunch of cut content there. Everything to do with the Titans and the Sand Gnomes is just gone. So, maybe that's related? The one story arc I would say is pretty universally positive was the initial one. The one about Ramkahen and their fight against the Neferset. Ignoring the obvious gimmick of it, you know, the RTS mission, I thought it was pretty solid. Although, I didn't comment on it at the time because I was waiting to see if it ever showed up, but I noticed they ripped a cutscene out again. There was a quest, I'm sure most of you didn't even notice it, which is fine, of course. And during that quest, we go and we talk to his 3 generals to secure their vote for going to war, right? And then, we talk to him and he says, "Yep, thank you for doing this, but my son was just kidnapped, so we're going to war." And it's like, oh. Okay. That's strange. Why? Well, see, the thing is, for those of you not aware, there was a cutscene in the middle there. And it was just a cutscene. It was actually a really good cutscene, too. I'm gonna just leave you guys to deal with that. No! I guess I'll run this way? I don't know. The way the cutscene worked is the Minister of War said, yes, I vote for war. Big shock, right? The Minister for Agriculture, or whatever, you know, the guy who was in charge of the fields, we saved his son, so we bought his vote. So he says, yes, and he admits pretty openly, you know, I'm voting this way because I have been bribed to. Then we get to the Vision guy, and he says, I abstain. And everyone's like, what? You can't abstain from a vote like this. And then he gives a line where he says that any war that we fight where the king is not solidified in his opinion or what he thinks needs to happen is a war we're going to lose. In other words, you need to make this decision yourself and not inform the council. Like mind combat. So, the king then thinks about it for a minute and says, I declare war. And then we go to war. That's what we go over. Hi, Crazy Nurse. Happy New Year's. Speaking of which, Happy New Year. Grey Wolf. Oh my god, I'm still in combat with this thing. How did you not leash? Could be, okay. You know what? Sure. Whatever. But yeah, no, it might have been just too much phasing, because it was one of those live cutscenes, just like all the other ones in Gata, or in Oldham. You know, the ones that don't work, the ones that we had to relog to fix twice, just on this playthrough. The one that both Bragwin and I think it was Pillars of Snow both had bugs with, like, this week. So yeah, they probably just ripped that one out, because, you know what, screw it. You are a generous goblin. You give back to the earth that offers you so much. You have my respect. You shall surely have the respect of the Stone Lords with time. Yeah, we'll see. Got a lot of rep with Therazane, though. I have observed you, goblin. You do not fear shedding twilight blood. In this, I'm willing to extend you a degree of trust. It is a start. All things in time. Time brings respect to all. The smallest pebble, the largest mountain, the most stubborn cultist. There's a task that I can set before you. It is a dangerous task. Completing it will help impress the more stubborn Stone Lords. To the northwest is the Scoured Reach. Severe winds batter the rock and hide the true living threat. The true living threat underneath. Within the Scoured Reach are gyreworms. They devour rock and move through it as if it were water, and they do the same to our rocky skin. Find Felson the Enduring, have him direct you to the crumbling depths. We'll speak with you once you get that far. Yeah, I think Warlords was when they first did that, because I know Legion's when they first really used that. High Mountain, good example, where they really used the NPC layering, or whatever you want to call that, to really good effect for cutscenes and for progression. Okay.
You've come to prove yourself fleshly. The crumbling depths lie northeast. The stone you seek is within.
It's interesting you asked that, but yes is the answer to that question, Crazy Horse. She will even mention it in an upcoming cutscene. The ground rumbles as you approach the cave. The ground trembles, and then a low, familiar voice speaks from the stone itself. Well done, goblin. Within the tunnels below, you will find that which you seek. Painite. The dangers are many. Dangers the Stone Lords themselves fear. Remain steady. Remain strong. The strength of the rock itself is beneath your feet. Do you want the patient, the timeless, the long-winded? I mean, Kata is very held together with Twine and Stig. It's actually funny. This could be argued, and probably will be argued, but I've actually been reviewing the cutscenes of Kata worse than, say, Wrath. Because they were more ambitious, and they tried more, and they failed more. Kata had a whole lot of, crawling so we could walk stuff going on. Yeah, Warlords... Part of the reason I anticipate Oh, hang on. Part of the reason I anticipate Warlords will score reasonably well is because what is there, as in what is actually there, present, is pretty solid. Yeah, I'm not going to go for it. I'm not going to go for it. We'll see. I have no idea why they copywronged that scene of all scenes. I really don't. It's so strange. It's the same song that plays during the finale sequence of Shadow Moon as well. But that scene isn't copywronged, so... Well, yes and no, Crazy Norse. So cut content is always kind of case by case. In fact, we have already given negatives and not given negatives to Kata for cut content. If the cut content makes the story or the gameplay or whatever worse, then yeah, that's a pretty defined negative. Example, if you go to Vashir right now, you just get instantly teleported there immediately. And it's like, what? And that is worse. That makes the whole sequence worse. So, negative. If it's content that's just not there at all, or content that its removal removes padding or stupidity or whatever, then sure. The ground trembles slightly. You've done as I asked. Turn back and escape in one piece. Don't forget the gemstone. Yeah, let me just put this giant-ass gem in my bag here. Yeah, I know. Bags of holding. Wait, really, Huthor? Why? Okay, whatever. I don't even care. No, that could be. Well, I'm muting that scene. It's a really good scene. It's actually one of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game. Oh, that's a good idea. There we go. I'm good. We're good. Point me in the direction. I could probably make this. I got this. Oh god, I don't got this. I'm gonna die. Okay, we're okay. Jeez. Whoa! There we go. Got my reaction quota out for the day.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
Gunnar did what? You won't believe what Gunnar did in Frostfire Ridge. I have a picture of Gunnar being like, "You're alive. This is good. Is the gemstone with you?" Yes. Well done, Fleshling. The gyro worms are among the most dangerous of enemies. The other Stone Lords will have trouble not turning their heads to this accomplishment. Your intentions appear...
Is this the one you are wasting your time with, Diamond?
Not wasted, Stone Mother. It has been very useful. It stands to reason that it may be here for exactly the reasons it says it is.
Then you take responsibility for its actions, Stone Lord. You will be the one answering to me when it shows its true intent. And you, Fleshling, consider for a moment that you are entirely surrounded by rock in this place. The very earth you walk on bends to my will. If you betray us, There will be no escape for you. I will crush your body so slowly that you shall hear every single one of your bones break. I'm glad we had this talk.
Okay, that was extremely terrifying.
You still have much to prove. But you brought the stone. That is an excellent start. The other Stone Lords have already heard my words. They should show you a degree of trust. At least enough so that you can prove yourself.
That's a good question, Lynira. There is actually an answer to your question, believe it or not. Therazane in specific and elemental lords in general have trouble distinguishing between different mortals. So she doesn't know it was us, only that mortals killed her daughter. Make sense? Your intentions appear true. I will impress upon the other Stone Lords my wary trust. With this, they should speak to you. More importantly, they should listen. Earning their favor may take time. Earning the Stone Mother's favor may take more time. Time is a potent offering, so be generous with it. Among the shuddering spires far to the northwest, you'll find Kor the Immovable. He is evenly tempered. His situation lends itself well to seeking outside aid. Go to him. By the way, if it's not obvious, I like Therazane. Unlike Alakir, who we actually gave a negative for being a non-character, Therazane's pretty interesting for how relatively little screen time she gets. She only really has this quest chain and her time in Legion. No, Lynirith. We haven't talked to her yet. Not really. Are you okay, Mr. Kor? Diamant says you're to be trusted. Diamant is patient and wise, so I shall allow you to prove myself. As it happens, I could use hands that are more mobile. Deepholm was a slow, quiet place. Always alive, steadily moving, never rushed. And this time I strived to become one with the earth, and to a large degree I succeeded. Later, the Earth Warder returned, injured. He did not upset the balance at first. He'd stayed here before. We knew of him. The shift did not begin until the Twilight Cult joined him. The Flayers have gone crazed with hunger. Their digging was once tempered and moderate. Now their hunger cannot be quenched. They grow murderously violent. The Flayers have turned on my sons. They overwhelm them. Kill them. They must be stopped. Among the... Hang on, I actually forgot to read a part of that. Kill the Flayers. They serve no purpose to the earth. Their passing will not be missed. Jesus. Among the shuddering spires are crystals. White, chalky crystals called Yuras. Happy New Year, Yura. We can absorb these crystals into our skin to cleanse us and purify us. I do not stride among the stones any longer. I am one with the earth. This carries many boons, but I can no longer retrieve the crystals for myself. Bring me the crystals that I might be stronger. Bear them away from the Flayers, from my sons. This honor should be mine. Goblin, you act in service of the Stone Lords. There are those that might aid you. Watch for the Stonebound. They lie dormant all around the shuddering spires. It should not take much to prompt them to rebind them into service against the Flayers. So, you dislike the visuals of one of the best-looking zones in Kata, Uthor. Please, by all means, explain this to me while I look at something that probably took people weeks to make. Sorry, I'm being a dick. I apologize. I would like to know what you mean, though. I will admit, between the magnetic vibes and the fact that a lot of the ground literally is, has that effect in it, I've always kind of assumed that none of this is actually stone, but rather iron. At the very least, it certainly seems to have a lot of iron in it. Because there is a lot of magnetic energy in this place. I mean, you can literally see it in the actual pebbles that are just hovering around me here. You think that's bad, Crazy Norse? Later on, we will go to an actual geode. No, I could see that, Uthor. I could see that. It might be why some people, like Village of Snow, for example, can't deal with Fashir. It's a very well done visual of a deep underwater abyss hellscape. Underwater cities. Also, Happy New Year's, Riker's Beard. Here's to another year of vanilla sucking. I mean. The good news is we're on the last quest arc here. We'll probably go ahead and get it. I think I might just stretch, because dinner was supposed to be like half an hour ago, which means they probably have dinner without me, which is good. So I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and stretch and try to finish Deepholm tonight. We've already done Stone Core, so that's done. If I do manage that, that means we can go ahead and do Twilight Highlands tomorrow. I will say, there's an entire quest chain that if they just axed from this, it'd probably be better for it. No, not the Earthen one. That one was actually pretty cool. Speaking of which, I can get that too. No, it's the one where we go deal with the Twilight Hammer who are going to invade Oldham. And it's like, it's a really, you could just feel how thrown together it is. There's no cutscenes of note. There's no voice acting. There's no cool stuff. It's just, alright. There's Twilight Hammer. Go kill them. Okay, interact with a few things. Alright, kill a couple of mini-bosses, and kill a boss, and you're done. And that's it. That's the whole sequence. Yeah, exactly, Lunaruth. Here's the Twilight's Hammer. Anyways. Yeah, they'll do better stuff with them in the Highlands. As much as I'm not sure how the Highlands is going to review, at least the Twilight's Hammer, I mean, that's their frickin' headquarters, right? Oh, there's one. That's a good point. You're right, I forgot Skybox exist because we've been in vanilla for so long. Remind me to come back to that. You've proven useful, Goblin. You've done this favor I asked you. You brought the crystals. Invigorating. Thank you, Fleshling. If you hadn't noticed, there's a small elemental that's taken a liking to you. If you stay on the ground for even a few moments, I'm sure you'll spot him. You seem quite adept at making friends down here. It's a good talent to have. Pebble seems quite happy to meet you. A minuscule elemental seems to have taken a liking to you. Hers? Crystal? He looks up at you expectantly. You notice a large crystal formation towards the middle of the Shuddering Spires. Maybe we should take him there. I'll be honest, I barely remember the Twilight Highlands visually. So we'll see. Here you go, buddy. Here's some crystals. I mean, Zalarek is a whole thing, right? Like, that's not a cave. I know what you mean, but it's not a cave, right? Deepholm is a cave. 3 minutes, Crazy Norse. Also, Zarla Caverns is awesome, but that's unrelated. It has a really great quest chain. That's the Black Dragon Flight. And it has the frickin', I can't remember what they're called, the mole people, and they're awesome. The Nifid, thank you. WoW has this weirdly consistent thing where anytime they introduce a mostly cute, maybe cute's the wrong word. I don't know what word to use. Like, they're not really a joke race. Not like, say, you know, the goblins or the gnomes. But they do this thing where they have a side race, and that race is just kind of cool. And I know it's a weird word to use, but I mean it, right? Dragonflight pulls this trick several times, actually. The Tuskar, right? The Tuskar are just kind of cool in Dragonflight. And yeah, the Nifin are just kind of cool in Dragonflight and War Within. And the you-know-whos are also just kind of cool in War Within. And those are not the only times they've pulled that little trick. And they're just kind of weirdly good at it. I mean, frankly, this would also apply in Pandaria with the Holzen and the Jinyu, right? The stones in Pebble's body bounce up and down happily. He seems appreciative. Aw. Pebble looks around, excited by something, and after a few seconds of confusion, he stops and stares up at you with big, glowy gem eyes. Hungry. Hungry. Try as you might, there's no resisting those eyes. Maybe Cora knows what mini-mentals like to eat. Oh my god, we just called him a mini-mental. Actually, yeah, the centaurs are another one in Dragonflight. You know what? Valid, Huthor. The brokers. Go figure. Actually, I could keep going with Pandaria. I just realized there's actually a lot of races they added in Pandaria. Like the Grummels, or the not the Claxi, the Mantid. The Mantid. And the Mogu, actually. I honestly, when I first hit Pandaria, I thought the Mogu were going to suck. I actually really like the Mogu now, but it's partially because they wrote them in a really particular way I'm just completely down for. We'll talk about when we get there. So you've made a friend, have you? Are you certain you want to feed him? He might get attached. Me too, Linerith. Also, can I just say she has such a wonderful voice actress. I forget her name, but she does some great stuff for them. Yeah, Venari. Yeah, no, the Mogu are fascinating. Anyways. Petrified bats. Elementals of that size are picky. You're not likely to find anything better easily. To the east are basilisks. They petrify stone bats that fly too close and snack on them when they grow hungry. You may find bats scattered around their territory. I must warn you, if you show that little elemental too much attention, you're unlikely to be rid of it. It can be very needy. I have one more favor to ask, Fleshling. There's a basilisk, much larger and older than the rest. Though we normally fear nothing from their kind, this one has become so potent as to petrify some of my sons. This will not be abided. Find Gorgonite and slay him. He has lived much longer than necessary. Well, who knows? Maybe we can cherry-pick some more, Huthar. They have already pulled some individual things from Shadowlands forward. We just need to leave some of it off over there and outside the window. Out in the rain. In the sewer. In the muck. Underground. On fire. In a supernova. In a volcano. Yes, it's a supernova in a volcano. Look, it's a really big volcano. Yep, you've heard of supervolcanoes? This is a supernova volcano. Oh man, Draenor. You think we'll ever go back to Draenor at this point? Like, they got burned twice on that. Once with Kata, and once with Warlords. I mean, yeah, no, the alternate Warlords is gone. It has been completely folded in. No, I mean Draenor. I mean Outland, Uthor. Where is this mob? Oh, there he is. I see him. Because, yeah, no. Alternate Draenor is gone. It is a disparate timeline that has folded back in or back out, depending on how you define that. Pebbles looks up at you, his eyes glowing faintly, growing rounder and larger every moment. He leaps on the pile of petrified bats and rolls around them, seeming to forget you exist entirely. Perhaps for the best, if Kor's warnings are to be trusted. Pebbles races in circles, clearly very happy. In fairness, that's a fair point, Asmiristar. As of this exact moment of time, we have a pretty good idea of how timelines work, and nothing has contradicted that yet. Big emphasis on the word yet. I keep waiting. I've said this for years now. I keep waiting for them to contradict their own time travel. They haven't done it yet. Like, they had a whole bronze arc in Dragonflight, and I'm like, yep, that's the time they're going to contradict, and they didn't. They stayed consistent with their rules of time travel. I was legitimately shocked by that, by the way. Like, really shocked. They kept right along with it, and I was like, huh. Okay. Thank you, Goblin. You've done all I can ask of you. I shall impart my favor of you to the Stone Mother. May the stone beneath your feet hold you steady in your quest for the World Pillar. Nearby to the north, you'll find Tereth the Steady. He has taken upon the task of pulling the stone dragons back into the fold. We find ourselves repeating this trial every few hundred years. The stone dragons are fickle and bend only to strength. Tereth is balanced and reasonable, but his goals may not be easily accomplished. Appeal to the more balanced side of the Stone Mother. To the east, you will find Gorsick. He embodies the more unstable, violent nature of our kind. He is neither he's neither friendly nor trusting, but his word carries weight. Prove yourself to him, and it will go a long way to proving yourself to the Stone Mother. Yeah, by the way, you ever want a nightmare thought? Pandaren Remix actually happened in lore in a branching timeline, which then means... By the way, fun fact, not everyone knows about Deepholm here. Let's see if I can find her. Fun would be the answer, Bergwin. God, I leveled like 5 characters in Remix. I'm still stuck with them. I haven't deleted them yet because I can't bring myself to. Even though I was giving them like completely remix names. Like Lorebottomy. Or like Lore Bronze for the guy I was just farming bronze on. Well, it doesn't exist right now, Bergwin. But when Remix shows back up, I will make a point of bringing it up in the Discord and being like, hey, here's how you start it. Where is she? So, yeah, in lore, Remix was kind of... Oh, God, this is super spoilery, but it's kind of a compromise. There she is. Hi, Misriel. So, if you say something, she actually mentions how she's free from corruption down here. If you've done her quest in Arathi, she says something different. See if I can look that up really quick here. If I can't, well, whatever. I know you. I have you to thank for my freedom from the deepening corruption that has consumed me for so many years. Welcome to my home, Deepholm. It is a shadow of what it used to be, but still, here I can be free. I shall never take such freedom for granted after what I have endured. I know not why you are here, but I hope you find what you seek within the stone walls of this place. Stay safe. That's what she says if you've done her quest before. I believe that was a tech test, or acknowledging players' interactions with quests, and then saying something about it. They've done that a couple of times in Kata, and if you've been paying attention, they've done that basically every expansion since, too. Yes, so, Pandaria Remix, sorry. So, this is such a huge spoiler. So, spoilers for Dragonlight. Spoilers. Okay. After the Bronze Quest arc of Dragonflight, there is a tenuous piece between the Infinite Flight and the Bronze Flight. There's tons of details I'm just skipping right over here. So, as part of that compromise, the Bronze and the Infinites both decided to do an experiment. That's Pandaria Remix. So they create a branching timeline, that's Pandaria, during Pandaria, and they send, like, canonically, they send us back into it. So when you make a new Remix character, you're actually a character, like, from now, going back into Pandaria's time in this branching timeline. You do the events of Pandaria, blah, 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 and then when it collapses, we come back into the main timeline. Make sense? That's the narrative side of things. They did a couple of little cool things here and there, very minor things, to kind of showcase the story access, but for the most part, it was just Pandaria again. Gameplay-wise, it was fascinating. So, there's a bunch of gear you can get, of course, but you would also, most quests wouldn't really give you much other than, like, they would give you an insane amount of experience. Like, you could quite literally level from level 10 or whatever you started at to 70, which was the cap, just in the Jade Forest, just doing quests. You were supposed to level very, very, very quickly. You could also, so it was just kind of the gate was just smashed open, and you could just go and do whatever you wanted to in order to level, right? You could do dungeons, you could do dailies. Dailies gave you bronze. There were lots of sources of bronze. Bronze got you all kinds of stuff. In fact, you may or may not have noticed, as I've been transmogging here and there, that every time I go down here, there's just all of a sudden lots and lots of sets that I have. All of them yellow. This is actually the wrong range. Sorry, it's actually down here. Here we go. Do you see how I have like an entire page of sets fully filled out? That's because I got all of these in Pandaria Remix. Because you could just buy whole sets in Remix. Cosmetic, obviously, pure cosmetic. And mounts. In fact, there are mounts I was never going to get. Like, for example, the Shaw of Anger drops a mount. I don't remember what it is. And the Shaw of Anger dies in approximately 0.03 seconds every time he spawns. So there's no getting that, right? It's not possible. There's no real feasible way to go farm the Shaw of Anger to get it to drop. But if you'll notice, I have that mount. No, that's... Okay, Lunarith is... Gotcha. So, right. First of all, the Chronicles book goes in much more in details into this Lunarith. But anytime there's a branching timeline that isn't maintained by something, that timeline eventually collapses and stops existing. That's why alternate Draenor in lore is gone. If you remember, this is one of the only times they talk about this in gameplay, in the actual game of WoW, when you do the Maghar unlock quest. Oh, I know, creamy. When you do the Maghar quest, they actually mention that the world the timeline is on the brink of falling apart. We need to reach out to several individuals of significant power and knowledge and skill with portalmancy, like the guy, I can't remember his name, but the guy from Legion, the Nightborn, who is really, really, really good at portals, just to be able to get there at all, because it's a collapsing timeline. Once we get there, we recruit the Mag'har, and then get the hell out, because it's falling apart, right? Oculus, that's his name, thank you. So that's the only time they mention that in-game. Again, but in the books and in the Chronicles, it's made very clear, branching timelines just kind of slowly disintegrate. What happens to them? Not discussed. We know that they collapse. That's the word they use. We know that they fall apart to some extent or another. Maybe they completely disintegrate. Maybe they like collapse back into time. Maybe they stop existing. Maybe they go to the afterlife. I'm not actually sure. But I don't remember if the Mag'har quest is still in, but if it is, I absolutely will. Linear with yes. Anyways, sorry, getting a little bit off topic here. But the point is, that was Pandaria Remix from a gameplay perspective. It was a fun thing you could go do, and just go have fun with it. But hang on. You're probably thinking, well, hold up, lore. That's just a leveling thing, and you just get bronze. It's just a grind. No. The other thing they did was they gave us gems and what I'm going to refer to as power. So you could use bronze to upgrade items. A lot. You could also use these gems, use bronze to, well, actually, forget. You could do something to upgrade your gems. I forget what. And those gems would give you unique special abilities, and there were interesting combos of which gems could interact with which other gems. You could get to the part where one person could solo a raid. Now, I know what you're thinking. I could do that now. But imagine going and soloing a War Within raid at level 80 right now. That's what you could accomplish in Pandaria Remix. Now, I know not everyone liked that, but we loved that. Me and my friends loved that. We played the hell out of Pandaria Remix because it was just fun. There was no balance. There was no consideration for trying to limit itself or have progression lines or force it to be grindy. It was just fun. Nothing else. And that's why we liked Pandaria Remix so much. Obviously, we kept doing it until we got all the stuff, but it was a lot of fun just going through and just learning how the classes worked. I actually played Paladin for the first time post-Dragonflight in Pandaria Remix. That's how I learned that Paladin is in a really good state right now. Yeah, it was fun. If they do a Legion remix, yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The rep was gone. All the rep grind, gone. So you go and you go do the Serpent Clouds, right? The unlock those racers. And you do like the first couple of quests and you're exalted. So now you can just get your racers, right? You can just get your mounts. And if you go do the 5.1 stuff, the stuff in the Crasserang, the Landfall, thank you. I can't think of the name of the damn thing. The Landfall stuff. Boom! You're rep max, so you can just go see all of those quests. See all of the story for that immediately. The thing I liked most about Remix, sorry for talking so much about this. I'm just sabotaging myself here because I wanted to finish Deepholm today. And you got me talking about Remix. You suck. I'm kidding. You're awesome. Oh yeah, everything also reset daily. Everything reset daily. Raids reset daily. World bosses reset daily. That's my point. Pandaria Remix was well designed. Talented people sat down and thought about details, about how specific elements of the mode, about what quests should drop what, about what bosses should drop what, about what rate at which you should gain what, right? Like, individual thought was put into it. It wasn't something that was just a fire and forget stupid go do Pandaria thing again. Instead, a lot of real time and effort was put into it. And that was actually awesome. That's ultimately the reason I love the Pandaria Remix so much. Anyways, moving on. When Deathwing came, the stone dragons flocked to him. In his absence, they are again without purpose. They swarm and feed upon our kin. I have bound dozens of opalescent guardians, but I'm unable to lead them from the safety of cover. I need someone more swift, as I suspect you might be. Lead them by ground towards Therazane's throne to the east. Surely some will not make it, but as long as you keep moving, you should be able to get several of our forces there. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Be swift. The stone dragons will not give up easily.
Charge. Da, 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 da. Let's see if I can... Ugh. I'm sorry, too many acronyms, Rector's Beard. What's SOD? Oh, Season of Discovery. Agreed. Like, I don't dislike Season of Discovery. In fact, I'm actually one of those people who likes Season of Discovery. But, yeah, let's put that level of time and effort into it. Wow, that was just a sweep. Holy crap. Well done. Of my main strength, speed is not one. Stone dragons bow only to strength. When we have punished them enough, they will bend back to our will. Correct, Bregwin. Good morning, Act. I have sent many of my strongest giants into the fields in the west. They will bring the drakes to the ground. You will see to it they will not take wing again after they fall. It is time now to draw the Broodmother's attention. To do so, we will need a mallet the Trogs use. Okay, I can go get that. Yeah, Pandaria Remix required a couple of nitpicks and edits throughout the course of it. But you notice how I say that? A couple of nitpicks. For the most part, it was solid and planned out and well executed. Seasons of Discovery, well, wasn't. Seasons of Discovery was much more clearly an experiment. I still approve of the idea overall. I still encourage them to keep going, right? To keep doing it. But I do feel like it needs a little bit more time and effort and polish. It's one of the reasons me and Pax bowed out of it. The other being time, of course. Oh, I know that feeling, Act. Anyways, if and when we get another remix, hell yes. That's all I'm saying. Hopefully it'll be as well designed as Pandaria Remix. And for that reason alone, I'm content with them taking their time. Oh, I agree completely, Luthor. I wonder... see if I can pull up that image of the latest roadmap. No, exactly, Maverick. Here we go. I think this is the roadmap. Yep, this is the 2025 roadmap. Let's see. So we've got... where are we at? So yeah, there's the Plunderstorm thing. That's next. Undermined is going to be 11.1. That's probably February-ish. So new zone, new raid, new dungeon, drive system, new delves, cartel renown. Yay, another rep. Where's... there he is. Warband updates. I'm looking forward to that. Adding more collections to the camp. Yes, please. And we finally get to murder Gallywix. Hell yeah, brother. Spring will be Nightfall and Horrific Visions. And then new story, new quests, new timeline. Where's this? Oh, there's the green thing. Winter. So yeah. Assuming everything... Happy New Year to London. Assuming everything goes according to quote-unquote plan. By all accounts, we won't see another remix until a year from now. Next winter. And you know what? I actually take that as a good sign. Take your time with it. Do not rush that crap. I would much rather it be good than it be now. Not just fast, you have some bite in you. Well done, Warlock. Glorious. Now we will deal a blow to the stone dragons. They will remember for the next 100 years. On the western edge of the Pale Roost, you will find a resonating crystal. Strike it with the mallet, and the Broodmother will come. Be ready for battle. Oh, okay, I guess. Be ready for battle? Yeah, doing Legion at level would certainly be fascinating. There's only one thing I didn't do in Pandaria Remix, and if I'm being honest, I am very sad I didn't get to do it.
You've strayed too far from the Stone Mother's gaze, dragon.
What?
It is time that you be put in your place.
We'll see, Five. That is correct, Uthor. I actually don't know what incursions are. Oh. Now that's an insult right there, Wrecker's Beard. Imagine having to play retail. Ugh. Oh god, none of my pets can hit him. Just realized none of my pets can hit him. This might actually be interesting. Hello, Wolverine. Happy New Year. Yeah, none of my pets are hitting him at all. Do I have any abilities that just do damage? I guess I have Shadow Bolt. Time to spam Shadow Bolt. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. So, for the Shifting Sands, as a micro event with no daily cap, they have 10 gold per infinite daily in Classic, and more X than an entire dungeon. Why? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Speaking as someone who was not the target audience.
She submits.
Why?
Well done, Fleshling.
Impressive. You are more capable than I initially assumed. I'll extend my sentiment to the Stone Mother as well. I mean, yeah, I should mention that when I speak positively about Season of Discovery, I played Season 1. And, try to be shocked, I liked it. Yeah, me. I thought it was a great idea, and some cool ways to remix, plus, whatever you want to call that, Classic. Like, I thought it was legit. The new abilities, the new roles, changing around how the progression curve worked. I never poked at it past 1, so I haven't played 2 or 3. You are Tiamat's chosen, so small, so fragile. Do you realize your actions shall be the basis by which your entire earthen ring is judged? Do you truly think you can stand for so many? You are a fool. A confident fool. We shall see if you are a capable fool as well. My brothers are strong, but they are passive. Change does not occur without movement, contention, and violence. Our enemies live this, whether they fully realize it or not. The passive nature of my brothers makes them weak and vulnerable to these new enemies. Not I. I have no fear of change. I will tear at the ground and move the mountains. I embrace change. The rift to your world has polluted our home, corrupted it, poisoned it. This expanse festers and grows. It becomes difficult to even see the purity of the rock beneath this filth. Ugh. If you were to lend your aid, go about cleansing this overgrowth. The fungal behemoths that surround us have succumbed to the weakness, very similar to what that affects your kind. Their skin has grown soft. They no longer belong with the stone. Kill them! We do not wish to see this infection spread. Fleshling, some of your kind skitter amongst the rocks, too cowardly to approach, too swift to be crushed. If you wish my favor, deal with them. I tire of these games. Okay. Nice guy. I like him. I was thinking Avalanche. His name is the Well, his title is the Tumultuous, but he does have the red in him, which could be indicative of the flame. I don't know. One moment, please. Hey, Anarcho-Marxist. Happy New Year. I hope. I do have a Discord. If Bregman is present, she can help you with it, but she might not be. So hold on. You get a daily. It gives you a... You finish the daily. It gives you a start quest item. It's randomly 1 of 25 boring X of Ys. Then you share those quests with other people. Yeah, okay. And then those quests give a new random quest upon completion. That sounds terrible already. But I was just about to say, even without even going past that, I could tell. That sounds like that would very quickly devolve into here's the best quests and people sharing the best quests and nothing else. Okay. Once again, not the target audience here, but like, for lack of a better way to put this, if you're just gonna give people that level of gold income, why even bother with something like the Epic Mount being a cost? Just give it to players if you're gonna go that far with it. Like, I'm sorry, I do not personally agree with how absolutely insanely long it took to get the epic mount. But it took a while. That was sort of the point. Right? Like, it was a huge investment. I knew people who walked into BC without that mount. I myself didn't get mine for months. Literal months. Although, in my defense, I also didn't go for the gold one. I had a paladin. So I was getting the paladin mount. Like an idiot. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Seasons of Discovery was just a huge tech test. Throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks and what doesn't. Oh, wowza. Nice. And grats, for that matter. I mean, in fairness, yes, but it's worth noting I also leveled a mage and a warrior in vanilla. And a druid. And a hunter. And a shaman. And a warlock. Oh god, I don't remember the whole list. I figured this out during the lore run. Because I leveled a lot of characters up into max level while vanilla still existed, for lack of a better way to put that. It's actually been argued that one of the reasons I hate vanilla is because I've done it like 14 times. And that's probably more than most people have. And it's a valid point. You know, I can't argue against that. Wait, what, Uthor? Yeah, no, that's just a beta at that point. Yes. Terminology, right, Blade Devo? Hang on, I'm gonna roll a warlock. Bling. As a curiosity, since I know you're insane, I mean, like vanilla, Riker's Beard, what would you want out of something like Seasons of Discovery? Like, you're on the design team. Nah, wrong way to phrase that. You're in a holodeck, and you can customize it just to you and to your whims.
May the light embrace you.
It's good to see you again, sister. It seems your efforts go well. The Stone Lords appear to be showing some degree of trust. We've come to help. We might be of some aid in tracking down the source of this sudden growth. I highly suspect your giant friend's aggressions are focused in the wrong direction.
Be well.
I'm no druid, but some of these mushrooms do not look to be naturally occurring. I know that our Stone Lord friend over there is eager to blame this exposure on Azeroth, but I suspect more domestic causes. I saw clouds of red mist in the northeast. They seem to be spurring new growth in their wake. Take one of my wind doubles and sample the clouds.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Not really, Crazy Norse. That's what the VODs are for. Also, we're doing some softer zones. Nobody cares about Oldham or Deepholm. This also means we'll get to do Hyjal when more people are likely to actually be present. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see Hyjal. God damn it. There we go. Hello, Disco. Happy New Year's. Yes, we're doing Hyjal dead last. Once we finish up Deepholm, which at this point I think I am just going to push for doing this tonight. We only really have this quest arc left, and we're well over halfway through it. Here we go. So hopefully tomorrow we'll go ahead and start with Twilight. That'll probably be the whole day, to be honest with you. Twilight Highlands is pretty chonky. And has a dungeon and a raid.
Warm wishes to you.
You've let the mist touch your skin. I hope there weren't any adverse effects.
Safe journey.
This is most definitely magic in origin, not even druidic. I suspect one of the stone throgs. Go to Gorsic, point him in this direction.
Dionys Haka.
That's the goal, is Miristar. Yeah, the quest lines in Twilight are chonkers. It's technically the endgame zone. And it feels like it, like Icecrown was, for example. The Stone Trogs, and I am to trust you at your word. I have no love for the Verloc anyway. Suspicion is more than enough reason to lay waste to them. We shall see if your word is true. Nice guy. I have sent my brothers to assault the Verloc village. The Verloc will gather on their rocky ledges, as they always do, to avoid our ire. And when they do, we will make the earth itself shake them until they fall at our feet below. That is where you prove your use. When they fall, make sure they do not rise again. If this disgusting growth is truly brought on by the Verloc, then bring their supplies to the village. Bring them to me so I can verify your claims. Yes, Asmiristar. So gameplay that encourages interaction with other people maintains the feeling of existing real space. That's a very, very vague answer, Riker's Beard. For what it's worth, I agree with you in the zoomed-out philosophical sense. In other words, I do think it's possible to have in-between, rather than having to adhere too far one way or the other. I'm gonna die. Oh, wow, I lived. Holy crap. I'm of two minds on Classic going past Wrath. Because, yeah, when they first announced Cata Classic, I actually said this on camera. My first reaction was a very firm, why? Like, I was weirded out by the idea. However, that's because in my mind, Classic existed for a reason, and that was to recreate that which we've lost, which was vanilla. You know, completely lost, 100% lost. Now, I think they should do the exact opposite and commit in the other direction. I think we should have an active Classic for each expansion going, simultaneously. I've said this before, my biggest complaint about Cata Classic is it got rid of Cata Wrath. And my biggest complaint with Cata Wrath was they got rid of Cata BC. And by Cata, I mean Classic. God damn it, look, it all starts with C, okay? I know what you want from me. God damn it, get me out of combat. What am I in combat with? Stop fighting that thing. Come here. Thank you. They kinda don't, Crazy Norse, to be really honest with you. I should mention that even with my information being out of date, server costs are lower than they have ever been. And WoW is really good at proper sharding, and VMware has advanced substantially. So, frankly, no. Oh, okay, sorry, I wasn't sure, Crazy Norse. Their leaders hide with his whole ahead. He is the one who has brought the plague upon the Crimson Expanse. He must be killed. One of your Earthen Ring companions already inside. You should speak with her. The Shroom Groomer! That sounds kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, no, WoW server tech is legit. I actually have a lot of praise for it, bugs aside. Something that's been posited, I think you and I have even talked about this before, Record Spirit. Something that's been posited a few times by friends of mine who actually do play on Classic is the idea of having Classic progress with... as Classic, if that makes any kind of sense. Different teams, different progression, different story arc. Just Elseworlds, right? Over there doing its own thing, and adding new content and adding new stuff, but still maintaining the mentality of Classic, still being more of an MMO and less of a co-RPG, less of a game. Honestly, I found the idea fascinating because no one else is in a position to even try such a thing, if you think about it. Like, FF14 is lucky to keep the servers on and the lights on right now, to be quite honest with you. No offense to FF14, but, like, holy crap.
Talk to me.
They couldn't
Let's
possibly
finish
do that.
quickly.
Guild Wars 2? Nah. Not even on the cards. They're not big enough. And ESO? Same problem.
Damage, Glob. The Earth welcomes you no longer!
Leave Glob alone! My mushrooms!
After him, quickly!
What I say? Hang on. Disco asks me a question. Do I have any New Year's resolutions?
Grow big and strong. Too big to stomp on. So strong they stomp back.
I don't want to be stomped on by mushrooms. Yeah, probably Udor. So my New Year's resolution is to conquer the entire world and fix all this crap.
Slip, little stone troll.
What? I might as well swing for the fences. Honestly, I had a really bad series of experiences with the player base back in Wrath as well. Obviously, there was everything to do with gear score, which speaks for itself.
Why you must come here? My cave! My cave! Me never hurt your cave!
Kid.
Stay back! Back!
Ah!
Meat rock face.
God damn it, stop making me feel bad for murdering people, game. Don't quote that out of context. Gear score is one of those things that is completely inevitable, unfortunately. Like, I've actually put some thought into how you would remove gear score from an MMO, and I'm not sure it's actually possible. As in, literally possible. Because, yeah, no, gear score is just a reflection of the item budget. Item budget exists in basically every RPG ever made. Going back to the SNES era. You know, what are you going to do about that? Like, the obvious idea is get rid of item budgeting, but then how do you do equipment? Now, there is actually an answer for that, and that is you get rid of equipment. Like, entirely. But that's about the option there. That's how you get rid of gear score, is you remove gear. Happy New Year, Torma Chris. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I suppose you know the question. What the hell is 13 times 3? 39? Yeah. Actually, I do, Bladevall. Now, funny thing, and I know I'm the freak here, but nowadays, I kind of like the absence of gear in FF8. No, I mean that sincerely. In the absence of gear, we can have other things, and other things can, and often do, tend to be interesting. FF8 itself has the junction system, which, honestly, is one of the most interesting things about FF8 on the gameplay axis. Excuse me. Yeah, no, if they polished up the junction system a little bit more, I think people would be less upset about the absence of gear. I can actually use an example of that. FF10-2 has almost no gear in it, and yet it works because they actually built the class system around it properly. And the accessories helped. Well done, Goblin. Gorsic shall hear of your deeds. Therazane shall hear of your deeds. You are quite vicious for one so small and soft. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna go with thanks. Oh, excuse me. Well done, Fleshling. Your presence complimented my brothers well. It is time. Oh, goody. So, I hope Crazy Norse is here for this. I think it was Crazy Norse. Might have been someone else. Someone was talking about how this whole place looks like a geode. Well, we've earned the faith of all of the Stone Lords, right? So, now we get to go to the throne of Deepholm. This is the throne of Deepholm. Interesting couple of tidbits. First of all, you notice there's no floating pebbles in here. Instead, the grass is these shards of crystal. Second of all, this area is absolutely coated in crystals, far more than any other spot in the entire zone. Third of all, geode. Like, the whole thing feels like a geode, right? It gets across the idea of royalty in a nice way. I don't know, it just works really well for me. I love it. Also, because not everyone's aware of this, as she's moving, she's obviously being levitated by magnetic forces as she's pulling rocks and crystals up as she goes, but also her tiny feet. You know, the place literally feels royal.
I am listening.
The Stone Mother stares down at you, through you, as if peering into your soul. My daughter, Theradris, sequestered herself deep within the crystal caverns of Terramok. This is for Lunarith. To grieve for her lost love Zeatar. There, heartless, stoneless beings invaded and slaughtered her amidst her mourning. If I had any reason to trust a creature afflicted by the curse of flesh, it was stripped from me that day, and yet in your arrogance you persist. One day, you will outlive your usefulness.
Until we meet again.
So you've come. Fleshlings just like you who killed my daughter, my only daughter, without provocation. Not actually true. Not sated at stripping me of my family, more of you flocked to Deathwing to serve him in ravaging my home. You're quite arrogant to come before me asking for my help. I'm tempted to crush you where you stand.
Go with courage,
Stay where you are. I have not decided yet what to do with you.
And so the champion arrives, so small, so soft. It's a wonder you even lasted this long down here, fleshling. Or perhaps a testament to your abilities. All of this for a piece of the World Pillar? What exactly, Shaman, do you intend to do with it?
We came here to seal the rift Deathwing tore into Azeroth. We need the World Pillar to repair the hole on this side.
And what then? Will you leave Deepholm to its denizens?
We'll leave. We've no desire to stay where we're not welcome.
I'm glad you're at least that perceptive. I propose this. we will march on the Twilight Cult and extinguish any utterings of Deathwing's name from this realm. Your earthen ring will march with us. You do this, and I will send Gorsic to the temple with our piece of the World Pillar. Seal the rift and leave this place.
We'll be doing exactly that then. You have our thanks, Stun Mother.
Save your thanks. We march upon the Twilight Precipice as soon as our forces are gathered. I expect to see you on the battlefield.
Speak, and I will listen.
Oh yeah, and there's the quest to go kill Osric.
Until we meet again.
Grab that just to get rid of it.
Relax.
Oh no, Therazane's interesting, and more of a character than most of the Elemental Lords. And part of that is because she has a brain on her and doesn't just default, you know? I would say the only one who gets as much fleshing out as her, no pun intended, is actually Ragnaros. And even his main shtick is, I am going to burn everything, which makes sense, he's a fire elemental, and I am willing to do whatever is necessary to accomplish that. Her, she mostly wants to be left alone.
See ya later.
Oh yeah, she is also... So there's not a lot of politics amongst the Earth, not in the same way there is amongst fire and air. But Earth have their own politics. If you're paying attention, we just played it.
Be seeing ya.
If you're paying attention, each of these aspects, each of the Stone Lords, specifically mentions that each of them is a part of her. Patience, tumultuousness, imposing, indomitable, enduring. And each of them represents a part of her. So, unlike typical noble lords, who are all, you know, individuals with their own perspectives and desires and personalities and ambitions, these are more like facets of her. And so her politics is her own personality arguing with herself. And I actually find that fascinating. What are you doing? What's going on here? Anyways.
Elomon.
We must be rallying yet in ring for this fight. What we be lacking in numbers, we make up for in strength. Go to the temple, gather the rest in Shaman. I'll be meeting up at the gate.
See ya later.
So, the Elemental Lords in general, I don't want to say they're low tier, but they're kind of middle tier. Therazane here in particular, for example, is probably weaker than most of the Demon Lords we have already fought. And we kill an Elemental Lord in its plane in this expansion. In fact, we killed 2 of them. So, she's not weak by any measure, but this is Warcraft. Warcraft is a pretty high tier setting. I'm pretty sure if we came in here with a bunch of siege tanks, we could beat her. You know what I mean? Like, Warcraft is a setting in which a bunch of orcs with axes killed a demigod. Yeah, no kidding, Uthor. I wasn't going to bring that up, but yeah. Nope, not over here. I'm trying to remember what I'm looking for. Yeah, Lei Shen subdued a keeper who had the power of a titan. I've said it before, Lei Shen is probably the single highest tier thing we fight with no external aid. And he was a death machine.
Each day is a blessing.
I can't wait to gush about Lei Shen. He is such a fascinating character.
Each day is a blessing.
Arcanon Poros.
Part of the reason I approve of the idea of branching WoW is exactly what you just said, Riker's Beard. there's really no pleasing everyone at this point in time, right? WoW has such spread and such scope that any attempt to appease everyone is just going to end up with Hollywood paste, for lack of a better way to put that. And I don't think they should even do that.
Hail. Wins.
Sadly, I must stay and hold the rift, so you'll have to battle without me. Go now to Therazane. Join the battle as promised.
Go.
You got it. The general idea, Crazy Norse, is anyone, really, I agree with you, Huthor, sadly. Anyone who, for lack of a better way to put it, keeps gaining an experience, just gets stronger over time. That's just the nature of the setting. It's kind of like Forgotten Realms. Levels don't exist in lore, kind of, but they kind of do. You know what I mean? So anybody who survives long enough to keep getting stronger, keeps getting stronger. And canonically, we've been around for a while.
I am listening.
And so you arrive, as promised.
Go with courage, mortal.
My forces have already begun the assault. Join them. Spill the blood of these cultists, that I might know how they suffer.
The earth is your shield.
There are 2 leaders among the Twilight that need to be killed. One is a human by the name of Baldric. Small as you are, but dangerous as you are. The other is a priestess by the name of Thorthuna. She is wily and hard to corner. Strike swiftly, do not let her escape, or I promise you, you will regret it later.
Until we meet again.
Yeah, exactly, Reckersbeard. Whoop. Tereth wants you. Tereth wants you to make way to the far end of the precipice to fight Zoltric, Drakebane. He's on his way there, but he thinks Zoltric is likely to take to the sky. What an impression you've made. Have you ever mused that none of this would have happened if I just stepped on you during our first meeting? Fate is a strange thing. Thanks for that thought. Is that the same Lei Shen? Sorry, is it the same Shen from TFT? No. Lei Shen is, first of all, different species, but what you're thinking of is Chen Stormstout. He's actually of the Chen family. They're cool. With the exception of one terrible uncle. Epus. Sorry, I don't know what came over me there. Exactly, Disco. Hang on. So let's see. Second question. What's a good example of adding depth to a villain without trying to excuse their evil? Okay. So they've just started setting off fireworks here. I can just hear them. Yeah, don't excuse them, first of all, but no, you asked for examples. So I'll use WoW examples. Garrosh Hellscream. I know that there's a semi-meme and semi-not-meme statement that Garrosh did nothing wrong or that Garrosh was right. That's all nonsense. Garrosh was a villain. Through and through. His own volition.
Will have his way with your stone mother!
That's not the taunt you probably think it is. Now you're dead, so think about that in the afterlife, would you? Where's up?
Therazane's finally gathered the nerve to challenge us, has she?
Well, I don't know if I'd say that.
You do realize there's no hope, don't you? Deathwing has... Ooh. I'm not that easy, hon. Perhaps another time.
God damn it. What was I in the middle of saying? Villains. Thanos is a good example of a villain who is a irredeemable monster and a mass murderer on a scale that's hard to even comprehend. But they had depth to him. On something a little bit smaller scale, the Bloody Baron over in Witcher 3, who is not a good person.
Under yourself on the ground? How about in disguise?
Did you not do what
The
you're doing.
stone dragons are here, Fleshling. Take wing.
Let's do it.
You need to be more swift than that.
Where is it? Where's the ability? Oh, I'm out of combat. I'm out of combat. No, that's not working. Problem. Also, while we're on the subject, Gul'dan. Alternate Gul'dan, but Gul'dan nonetheless. Do I have the vehicle bar turned off? No. Do I have the extra action bar turned off? No. Huh.
Me think I've had my feel of you.
There we go. Okay, that's concerning there. I will admit, even if it was somehow, like, if God himself came down and was like, hey, what's up? Listen, Garrosh did nothing wrong. My only response to that would be to sigh, because that would ruin his character, in my opinion. It takes away a lot of what makes him so engaging to me. It is good you are here. I find size to be inhibiting when it comes to dragon riding. Yeah, I can't imagine why.
Speak, and I will listen.
Their blood upon the earth is a sweet thing. I shall cherish every moment, slowly extinguishing the stragglers from my realm.
Go with courage, mortal.
You let Larthuna escape. I warned you of this. Still, their forces are shattered and their resources cut off. There's little they can do to me or my allies.
The earth is...
You have done as I asked of you, Goblin. I shall honor my word. Gorsic will meet you at the temple with a piece of the World Pillar. Finish your ritual, bind your rift. Tell the Earthen Ring to leave this place. You, however, you can stay for a time if you want. You've earned that, at least.
Until we meet again.
Abandon this while we're here. Grom is a fascinating villain. And because, to be clear, he absolutely is a villain. He's fascinating to me mostly because of the fact that he tries. Because of the fact that he actually puts effort in to be a better person. Fails for the most part, but bothers to make the attempt. It's weird. And kind of interesting.
Well met.
Gorsic has arrived. All the pieces are here, thanks to you. What you've done for us is immeasurable. These final moments will be the most crucial. I hesitate to ask this of you, but I'd like you to stay with us to see us through. The Twilight's hammer was devastated by your attacks, but not destroyed. It's no stretch to assume they will try to stop us from completing the ritual.
Be careful.
Oh my god, they're here!
The eternal sun.
Holy crap. They're here, totally. Layer?
What you want? Okie dokie.
Are they just in the back rooms? I was just looking at you kind of weird there, Reckersbeard. Like, I'm like, okay, look, I know you and I disagree on a lot of things, but you can't tell me with a straight face that Thrall's a villain. I'm sorry. Like, what? Anyways. Ironically, I happen to like both villains. Go figure. I guess I'm the weirdo there. That was quick. There's a noise in the main chamber. It's Lorthuna! We must stop her. Oh crap, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, and I'm dead. Wow! Just melted. Look, I'm not evil. Or am I? Conturo dim. Where is she? There she is. She has a buff that makes her tougher, faster, and stronger.
Your tale ends here, shaman.
Stop her! We can still complete the binding!
Yeah, of course we can.
Deathwing shall bring destruction upon your entire order. And this day, I shall be his blade!
Whoa there.
Mahat, slaughter these rabble. I will deal with the fool priestess. You should have taken the hit when we destroyed your precipice, cultist.
It is done. We are finished. With the pillar restored, this realm is safe. We must now attend to the wound on the soul.
Relax.
Marut said when Odyssey started that he would gladly give his life to see our task done. He'd be proud of his success, and his death. The rift be closed on this side. Deepholm should calm down a bit. It'll be taking some time for Tron and the others to mend the wound on Azeroth, and we'll be needing to remain till he finishes. Thank you for all you've done. I don't think we could accomplish so much without you.
Thank you, Stone Mother. It was an honor to have...
You've proven true to your word, Earthmender. For that, we will spare you our wrath. Once your wounded are gathered, you can thank me by leaving.
I love how she just cuts her off, like, yep, bye. What? Just get out. Okay. Can we? No. Go away. Okay. Not a bad conclusion. One of the better conclusions we've seen. Vashir kind of fizzled out. And Oldham was terrible, but this actually worked for me. And of course, Therazane actually has a follow-up for us.
Listening.
Which is, go do dailies. We're obviously not doing that.
Is your shield.
I do always like the fact that the earthen ring just bows and scrapes before her, and she just doesn't have any of that. We get stuff done, and she listens to us. Now that makes sense. No, really, think about this for just a second. Remember that Therazane's kind of weird when it comes to an elemental lord, in that each of her stone lords is a fragment of her personality. So, if a shaman bows and scrapes to her, they're only really getting, like, they're only getting one facet of the gem, for lack of a better way to put that. If they were to try and appeal to all of her facets, she'd probably be more willing to work with them. And we know that because that's why she likes us. That's what we did. The whole quest chain was working with and for each of her facets, and then using that to get in to see her personally, at which point she's like, okay. And yeah, she allows us to stay. We leave, instantly and without hesitation, but we're welcome to come back. In fact, the actual dialogue there, which I didn't read out loud, says, "I'm returning to my throne. I've no desire to see any more of these earthen ring, but you remain welcome here. If you wish to help us rebuild our realm, perhaps we can help you in return. All things in time."
Go with courage, mortal.
So, fascinating stuff. And again, kind of interesting way to have an insight into the earthen... Not the earthen, excuse me, the earth elementals. It's a nice way to make them just a little bit more alien. Whereas, like, for example, both air and fire are more or less traditional, you know, human-esque politics and courts. Not that that's a bad thing. I like the politics of both elements, but you get the idea. Good zone. I actually liked Deepholm quite a lot. It only took me an extra hour to get through it. We don't see a lot of water. And you'll notice I skipped over it on purpose. The overwhelming majority of lore we get about the Water Realm is actually in Legion. Because we only see, like, there was a build-up to a whole water section in Vashir, and that's all cut content. So, we never really discussed water, which is why I don't have much to share about it. Tomorrow, we're going to go and hit up the Twilight Highlands. Ladies and gentlemen, final stream of 2024. I hope it's been a good one. And I hope to see you on the other side.